Hello, welcome. Sorry, guys. No idea. Last minute intel came in, so I just had to make sure that I understood it. Because when you do that much research and then all of a sudden there's a huge update, you need to make sure that you have a firm grasp on it. Because I have never. This is out of everything I've covered in my whole YouTube career, I have never seen something with such a dynamic and by dynamic, of course, I mean like a just a ever changing, just you never know what's around the next turn as far as intel. It's really unbelievable how much information is out there on this. Yet, despite all of that information, how much of it is total BS? And for so many different reasons. There's financial reasons. There is, like global market reasons. There is, reasons for the public not to panic. There's a lot of this starts with China, but no country with any decent government scientists have been honest. I can say that much. They're starting to get a little bit more honest, but only because you can only hide the truth for so long before people realize, hey, you're saying it's like this, but it's growing at a rate that is unbelievable. And I'll tell you, this is the first time I've been like a little bit nervous for a show. I mean, obviously, like the information is nerve wracking, but it's like the research I have done over the past 3 days, and I have neglected all else in my life. Outside of the Kobe Bryant story, I had something I had to do for work for that. Luckily, I was able to pre-record it, and then I just did 2 stories on my other channel. And just basic research. I didn't get into it so much. We'll get into that maybe a little bit later in the show. But this show is all about the coronavirus. And I'm telling you, my idea for this show, because I hadn't seen something like this where it's like one-stop shopping. You get everything you need to know. Now, I've seen other channels attempt it. The only problem is they fell into some disinformation. I ended up finding out. I mean, you guys have heard people make crazy claims. Although they weren't so crazy. They were just saying it before it actually happened. They kind of predicted what it may be like in a few more days if they don't come up with some solid plan. And to be honest with you, the time for planning may be too late. And we're going to get into all of this. And listen, one thing that people know about me is I am not a fearmonger. Never have been. So anyone new to the channel, it might come off like that. Okay? And I mean, I'm sure anyone that's brand new to the channel knows nothing about me. What I can tell you is this. Just watch my videos lately. I mean, I have been putting so much effort into my videos these past 10 days. Really it's just been busy. A lot of research and stories to be told, and not a lot of people telling these stories. I've noticed other channels basically kind of going over the same exact things that I kill myself researching, like the next day. You know what I mean? Like after I do my show the next day, because when you're making 5-6 hour shows, it's hard to watch the whole thing. I get it, but this show, guys, listen. You can trust me to be honest. You can trust me not to give you disinformation at the best of my ability. And I'm pretty damn good at that. That's one of my favorite things about. That's one of the things I bring to the table. Let's say is kind of having the know-how to sift through the real information and the disinformation. And I have never seen a story with more disinformation than this, but it makes sense. And I was thinking only 3 days ago that this is a distraction. It's not even going to get bad over here. And it still hasn't. And that's still a possibility. But the way things are trending, it's not looking good. And like I said, I don't fearmonger. I don't want anyone to be scared. If you're scared, say a prayer, ask for strength, but consume this information. I'm not scared. I've been researching it for 3 days. I'm more nervous that I don't put everything exactly so it's understood both in scientific terms and layman terms. I mean, I just really want to make sure. And if anybody needs me to repeat something, or if it's too scientific sounding, or the other way, like too basic, and you want to hear a little bit more of the science to it, I am extremely confident in my knowledge of what I've researched. And I've done my best to condense the information, but there is so much information. Some of the information, if it's redundant, I'll skip. If we've already talked about it, I'll remind you, like, you guys remember we already said da da da. But anyways, let's go forward. Again, full armor of God. But there's one thing you can't deny. 2020, this month, has to be the most unbelievable month of my life. As far as like news, stories, strange happenings, whether it be sports, weather, pandemics. I mean, there's just war. There's just been so many topics. And that's why I've been so busy. And I will continue to research my ass off for you. I don't care if my hours start to pick up. My semester starts tomorrow. It was actually supposed to start on Thursday, but they had a couple financial aid things. But anyways, my semester starts tomorrow, so I really have been killing myself for this show because I want to really give a good one tonight. As far as research that proves correct. One thing I like about my channel is time is kind to my channel. When you see some other channels, and let's not talk about other channels, but sometimes, time is not kind to channels. When you make a lot of outrageous claims and all that. Other times, time is kind to channels because those channels are careful. They don't live for the moment and the quick, headline and all that. They just stick to the script while others skip the scenes. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the way to be. My channel doesn't grow the way it should. Well, they're not going to let me grow the way it should. They know my background. But what matters is that you guys have the power. No matter how much they demonetize all my videos and make it so that I'm not ever recommended unless you're subscribed. That's why I don't want to create an echo chamber, but they almost kind of put you in that type of. Oh, I see a couple of new names actually, though. That's good. That's good. All right, so here we go. And yes, you're correct, Stephen Williams, about Mongolia. I read that too. I did not vet it, but that was one of the last minute things I did see was that Mongolia closed its border with China. These are only the beginning happenings, just so you know. All right, so first, I just want to show you guys. I've been doing, I've actually, I'm really going all out on this one. This is just my own little, I've been doing my own little kind of bullet points. And this is just the basics of the basics. I figure it's a good place to start before we get into some of the real like heavy science, filled with words. And should I make that any bigger, or would you rather see me? I mean, the thing is, it's not something that you have to see. It's not an article. It's just my own writing, in bullet form, the way I do an outline, that helps me explain something, step by step. All right, guys, let's do it. Lisa Rubin says, say it. Well, there's a lot more than just it, but I will begin if that's what you mean. All right, guys. So here we go. Say it. Yes, master. Yes, sir, master. What do you think? I get paid? Say it. Shit like that pisses me off. I don't want to start on the wrong foot. All right. That was rude, though. All right. So, okay, coronavirus. Now, first off, we're going to start with the basics. Like I said, basics. I think that's a good way to begin the show. So, the coronavirus, first of all, the name, there's been a lot. We've all seen, most of us, I'm sure, have seen all of these, these memes, with the corona and the Lyme, and Lyme disease and coronavirus. Oh, we've all seen all that stuff. Okay. Well, I was surprised to learn that the reason it's called the coronavirus is it corona, first of all, as we know, it's like it's a Spanish word. It means crown. And when you look at the coronavirus under a microscope, there's a characteristic that it has that really makes it stand out from other viruses when you look at them under the microscope. They kind of, you guys have probably been seeing these pictures, and it almost looks like these green, like thorns or like spikes all around the cell. Well, that is why it almost seems like a crown of spikes. It's kind of freaky, but that is how it gets its name. So, like I said, we're starting pretty basic, and we'll get deeper and deeper. All right. 2, the origins. Now, this is probably one of the most argued over, and where you find the most disinformation. And the reason you find the most disinformation on this subject is because nobody's 100% sure where it came from. I have a theory. I do think that it did come from people in China who do tend to eat animals that we would never think of eating here in the United States, which is not just their culture. I think it's a testament to what communism can do to a country. And I don't know. It just the things that they're reading. So we've heard everything. It started off with dogs. That was the word, like day one, right? Although day one, it was way before you think. Started out with dogs, then went on to wolves. I went with wolves at first because it made sense. They thought dogs, but a wolf is also a canine, so it makes sense why they make the mistake. And then it came out that it was actually a wolf. Then they started saying, "Oh no, actually it's rats." Well, then it came out and they started saying, "Actually it's bats." Then finally, now this is my opinion. I think that, just so you guys know, um, I think something went wrong. And we're going to be talking about these locations in a minute, but there's 2 virology departments, and we're talking like like the CDC of China, except I believe they were trying to look into things for bio warfare. And if you think that we don't do that, you're sadly mistaken. Many countries do that. Russia, we even know that Syria and Iraq has had their own bio programs. And when I talk bio, I mean bio warfare. It's the worst type of warfare. It's the most inhumane way to kill somebody in war, and that's why it's part of the Geneva Convention. I believe something slipped. The jury is still out if it was potentially on purpose, but I just doubt it was on purpose because unless the only thing that worries me is they have state media, right? So with state media, the way they have it, now Hong Kong, we get some truth out of Hong Kong. It's limited to a point, but Hong Kong, because they were a colony of the UK for so long, they had that agreement that Margaret Thatcher made, where they would still have the rights that they had when they were a colony of the UK. They would be independent, but then eventually dissolve into China. Well, that time is coming up. Hence the reason for the Hong Kong riots. So, because of their culture and the way they grew up and their politics and the way that they nominate their representatives, or well, until recently, now it's gotten a little bit different, but they're fighting for their rights, and I commend them for that. However, the rest of China is under a firm grasp, as we know, through the social credit scores, to the ghost cities that they couldn't even fill because to what really to what Trump has done to them in this economic war. And of course, at the time, all the Democrats were against it, and he ended up crushing it. In fact, I think he could have went longer with it. But then again, just because it's phase one, that's a big step. At least it's a phase, but it sounds bigger than it is. There's still a lot left on the table. There's still a lot of disagreements, but the fact that they came to the table is just a testament to how much they're struggling. And I think that them struggling has probably accelerated the potential, the spread, because of humiliation and not wanting the world to know how bad this really was, how early this actually started. They downplay it every step of the way, and we're going to go over all of it. But anyways, back to the point what I was saying, I just don't think that they purposely let it out. It's I know that they have a problem with overpopulation. I know that there's things like Deagle that predict most of the world's population will be gone by, what is it, 2021 or something like that, which is right around the corner. And just at the rate of this month, who knows? There's more questions than answers, but what there is for answers, you're gonna get tonight. So, as far as where it came from, the two that I've narrowed it down to now are bats, but most likely snakes. That's what I'm hearing from the people in the know. But I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out that it was actually from bats, or actually from even maybe rats. I feel like the whole dog canine thing has already kind of been pushed out as a possibility. Then again, maybe that makes them sound so bad that that's the problem. China is controlling a lot of this information. That's why we have so much disinformation. That's why we have so many conflicting reports. But if you know where to look and you're looking in the right place, you can get enough information that you can start to fill the blanks with fair certainty. So let's continue. So as far as the origins, Right now, I'm going to go with an accidental leak from the lab, got into the animals, they ate the animals. This all happened in Wuhan. The Institute of Virology in Wuhan is 1 mile away. Then there's another one, and by the way, they're studying SARS, they're studying MERS, which is actually closer to this virus than SARS as far as like the composition of it. And MERS is the Middle Eastern, I'm doing off the top of my head, Middle Eastern respiratory or something. But anyways, yeah. So that seems to be actually more close related than the SARS. So let's continue. So the first human case. Now I know you guys have heard different, but the first human case has been debated. But now we have more information. And the first human case is actually, oh, I'm sorry. I'm just checking out some of you guys, making sure you guys are still here. All right. The first human case, actually, I can prove it back to December 1st, if you can believe it. At the beginning, we were hearing things like December 15th, December 16th. No, December 1st. By the way, this isn't natural, Stephen Williams. It's engineered. Exactly. This is a man made thing. This isn't natural, okay? Just because it comes from an animal, transmits to another animal. Well, there's different types of diseases. Not most diseases can get to people. And most of the diseases that can get to people end up not being able to be transmitted from human to human, especially airborne. And even further, there is something that they have, and you guys have probably seen it if you've been following this at any capacity, and it's called the R naught number. And it's like a R with like a little zero. And we'll explain what that number means. Let me see. Hello, I just want to say hello, people. We have Lisa Ellis in the house. You know what I just noticed is that when I'm on StreamYard, I can't make moderators. I was actually gonna make someone a moderator. I can't do it on StreamYard, unfortunately. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. By the way, there's a couple people. There's 3 people actually who I made mods the other day, and I was gonna do one more today. And just I already told that person I was gonna do it, and just so you know, I can't do it on here. Yep, yeah, I can't do it on here, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Yeah, I can't do it on here. Okay, so and Mark Knott, guys, there's so many things you guys are talking about, and this is gonna all be part of the show. You see Mark Knott's comment? If it's Bill and Melinda Gates, then they are truly evil. We're going to be getting into that as well. All right. Because, like I said, I don't want to give disinformation, but I am going to share with you some things that add up. I can't say certain things for sure because obviously they cover their tracks and, they know what they're doing if that is the case. But we're going to get into that in due time. Okay. So we'll continue. So the first human case wasn't mid-December like we were told on day 2 as America, day 2, when the first case in Washington happened. Day 2 after that, I think that was like what, the 22nd. So day 2, that's what we were told. Now people had been hearing about this, however, ever since December 31st. It wasn't talked about. Really, you'd be hard pressed to find any like significant attention being given to this before New Year's, New Year's Eve. December 31st is when they came out and said, "Hey, we might have a problem." When the first person was infected in what they call first generation, and this is how that goes. First generation means, let's say I'm first generation. Let's say that good old Philly. All right, good old Philly. Huh, Philly? What if I ate you? Huh? What if I ate you? She's like, please don't. Anyways, let's say that she had this virus. If I ate her and I contracted that virus, now I'm not saying it came from dogs. Remember what I said. I put my money on snake. It makes sense even biblically. And by the way, there's a lot of aspects to this story that line up biblically. And not just this story, but other stories that are going on that we're going to talk about as well. I mean, we've basically seen what somebody could easily argue three of the four horsemen in this month alone, right? War, famine, pestilence. We've seen it all. Okay. So I would be first generation if I was to eat Philly, my dog, and she had the virus. And then let's say, and Amanda just walked in the room.
That's nice.
All of a sudden, we find out
That Olivia's gonna wake up
that
and
she's
not
sick.
sleep
Okay.
because you're gonna tell
That
her.
she's sick because, well, the good thing is my mic is nice and loud, so I don't
You're
have to
not-
talk loud.
Are you gonna record yourself?
Of course I am.
How can you say it? Where is it?
Amanda, I'm live. All right, it's a big show. This is what I'm working on the past 3 days. So then let's say that Amanda contracts it from me. She would be second generation. And then she goes off. And who's your favorite actor? You think he's so cute? Jason Momoa. She meets Jason Momoa, and somehow he gets it. Let's not talk about how, but somehow he gets it. I don't know how, but he gets it. Jason Momoa. He would be third generation.
Hypothetically hooking up with Jason Momoa.
You were hypothetically hooking up with Jason Momoa and dying not that long after.
That's fine.
But I would be dead first. So
Oh, that's the only way. I
she
can
waits to hook up with him
Jason
until I
Momoa,
die.
yes.
By the way. Anyway, so oh, thank you for putting that up. By the way, anyone want to donate? I've been a little bit surprised by the lack of donations in the other videos, but that just tells me I need to go harder, and I went hard on this one. This is some crazy information. So right now we are at Jason Momoa being third generation. So Amanda's going to be part of this equation. I ate Philly. I was starving. I'm first generation of this virus, of the coronavirus. I give it to Amanda because it spreads human to human. I don't even have my
You have to eat a dog to
my
get it.
windshield. No, it actually came from snakes. It's more biblical than that.
Snakes.
Can you grab me my windscreen real quick?
I don't know what that is. What is a windscreen? What is that?
You know, the thing I talk about.
Ow!
You okay?
You had a freaking thing on
All
the
right,
floor.
so-
I just freaking.
Okay, so then Amanda contracts it from me. She's second generation. I die, so Jason Momoa, she meets up with him. He gets it. He would be third generation. No, that's the stand.
I know.
The windscreen.
The little mesh thing.
So it's up there or over here somewhere. Either that or the ball or the top I put on the mic. For now, this will be okay. Or you know where it is in the kitchen on the kitchen table. Then fourth generation. Who's Jason Momoa's girlfriend? Lisa Bonet. Who, by the way, a lot of people think Amanda looks like Lisa Bonet. I when I met her, I actually said that to her. I said, "You look exactly like Lisa Bonet." Or like who's the other one? Is she the one from the Cosby Show?
I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the one with the dreads in the Cosby Show.
I know.
Oh, she doesn't have dreads now, so it doesn't look as much.
I know this isn't in there because
You didn't see it?
I've been.
It's the screen.
See it.
Either that, and I have two tops as well to muffle the mic. I hope I'm not popping peas. I hope the audio is okay, guys. So again, Jason Momoa. We're at Jason Momoa. He's the third generation. Then he gives it to Lisa Bonet. Who, by the way, like I said, Amanda looked exactly like Lisa Bonet when I met her. You're dead at this point.
Oh, I'm already dead.
But actually, to be factually, I was just joking around with her. But to be more factual, we wouldn't be dead at this point. And we'll get into why. So Momoa then gives it to Lisa Bonet. That is her husband. His wife. So
wait, does Zoe Kravitz get it now?
That's where it ends, actually. So fourth generation is where they believe we are right now. And that's not good. The fact that it has spread that much. And by the way, the thumbnail that I put up, I noticed right before I went live, it didn't load. I don't know why. That's never happened to me. It's just the red. It's just the two hands with the red pill and the blue pill. I had a map. But you know what? I'll just pull up the map. I don't know why the thumbnail didn't load, but I'll pull up the map. So that's where we're at right now, is the fourth generation. And it doesn't sound that bad, but that's very bad. It's actually pretty scary, because what that means is everyone saying hello, Amanda.
Hello.
And what that means is that, you can basically, that kind of showed you, that's how scientists look at it, and that's how they explain the spread of a pandemic. When you're at the fourth generation, you are in a pandemic, a very serious pandemic at that. Pretty soon we might be at fifth generation, but hopefully they start getting their act together, because the reason this has spread isn't just because there's many reasons, and this is all in my notes. This is just my notes, guys. We haven't even gotten to the other stuff. So now, again, so the first human case is debated, but I can tell you with certainty that the first human case was actually December 1st. That's when he first started showing symptoms. Now, the problem, no, Amanda, I need to wash the other. The first confirmed case was from December 1st. Now, I believe that that's when he started getting sick, which means that actually he probably contracted it anywhere from November 23rd to November 25th. But it was just one guy. So they're not sure if the usual timeline of how long it takes for symptoms to happen happened with this guy, the first generation, the one who originally got it from that snake or whatever it proves to be. For now, we're going to go with snake, because I feel like that one has the most data and makes the most sense as far as what I've seen. But again, this is a dynamic, ever-changing situation. I've never covered anything like this, where the facts are blurred, the numbers change so quick. Sometimes they're way too high. A lot of times they're underreported. So we're just gonna go. Basically, I kind of did the work for you guys, and you guys will get a fairly accurate depiction of everything from A to Z. I know everyone wants to jump on to the latest thing you've heard about it, but if you just let me lay this out for you guys, it'll make sense. Amanda, listen, I didn't do 3 days of research for the Grammys.
That was all. This was on the whole entire time.
Right. I know, but I want to turn it down.
Well, I'm just letting you know. This one's on.
There's other TVs.
I'm saying,
Can you turn it
turn
down
up.
before you leave?
It was on.
She is. Sorry, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. Of course, it bothers me. I was trying. I already asked you 3 times.
I didn't turn it up. I didn't do anything. It was literally already on.
I know, but I asked you 3 times. There's 2 TVs. There's multiple TVs, Amanda. I don't know why you have to watch it right yet. I just did 3 whole days of research. I didn't do it for nothing. This mic picks up everything. It's like that's what I was trying to explain to people. Like the amount of research I've been doing the past 9 to 10 days has affected my work, my school, my family. There's like this tenseness with my mother, my girl, my child. I haven't been with her as much as normal. She's almost like, what's that? But it's just been so busy, and I'm trying to get the right news to you guys and do it right. And especially with this story, I'll be honest, I thought it was more of a distraction than anything, and that still could be the case. But I would say it's more unlikely. You know what? I give it a 50-50 on this being the biggest thing that we've seen in our lifetimes as far as health, while the other 50 being something along the lines of like SARS. So, because, technology gets better. But here's some of the reasons why I think that. And we're getting into this right now. Now, why this virus is unique and so dangerous is because there's a couple of reasons. One, it is new to the human species. This is not something that we can go back, and there's no precedence to humans with this disease. There's been animals with it, I believe, but never been a human. There's never been a human to human. Maybe there has been a human that got it from an animal, but then again, I'm pretty sure they would have, given it to another human, knowing what we know now. Either that or, there's a lot of conspiracy theories as well. And I hate the word conspiracy theories, so I'll just say there's a lot of theories. Because I think some of them are plausible as to why this caught as far as it transmitting to another person. And we'll go over that. Although that has to do with the R naught number, that R and this little 0, it's called R naught. And also another reason, not just that it's new to the human species, but because it's new, we don't have, like, our body, when there's diseases in our atmosphere, our bodies, except for some exceptions, and eventually our bodies did grow these antibodies. But like, for instance, I don't want to get too, but the plague that wiped out like what was it, a third of the population of Europe. I mean, it's, I'm really hoping it's nothing like that. Don't think it's going to be that at all. Now for China, who knows? There's a chance it could be something on that type of level. And we're gonna go over what precautions they're taking now and why it's really too late. Not too late, but if they were gonna take precautions, they should have took them a long time ago. But instead, they were more concerned about money and other things. But we'll get to that when we get to that. So again, we have no natural antibodies to fight this. There is not a vaccine yet that's known to the public. And it would make sure that it would make sense that there wouldn't be a vaccine unless this was somehow planned. If this was planned in a way to depopulate or a way to force vaccine, all right, a way to do that, then I'll tell you what, they definitely have them. But if it's what I think it is, And there might be some sickos that are taking advantage of the situation, but this could be a naturally spreading thing that isn't natural, but it's naturally spreading the way something like this would spread, even though it's totally there's a very good chance that this was engineered, as someone said earlier. Now, because we don't have the natural antibodies to fight it, without quarantine. So for the people who are up in arms about the quarantine and even to a point vaccinations, okay? Without quarantine, without shutting down cities, without closing populations in, stopping travel, which surprisingly they haven't 100% stopped travel. I can't believe it, but they haven't. And wait until I tell you, in the early days, not even in the early days, but just recently, what their screening process consists of and why it's so flawed. Not for them, but for every other country in the world, which is why we're seeing it pop up like wildfire all over the world right now. With not just with confirmed cases, suspected cases. I mean, like countless suspected cases all over the world, and and the number of confirmed cases is going up exponentially. And you're gonna know the reason here pretty soon. So, again, new to the human species, we don't have the natural antibodies to fight it, and without quarantine, without certain types of let's say shots, you guys understand, things like that, which I mean it is true. I mean sometimes those things are needed to stop things like that, otherwise we'd still have something like polio. But if there was an agenda behind it, yeah, that makes it pretty friggin' nefarious, don't it? But regardless, these are the things that can stop it, because without it, you know what it'll do? It doesn't care about borders. It doesn't care about race. It doesn't care about class. They'll make it care about class and make sure that the upper ruling class has what they need, but it will sweep through humanity without help. And I just felt like a fanmonger the way I said that, but it's a fact. That is what would happen if you don't take these precautions. That's what makes this kind of like a tough situation, because it goes against everything we stand for, at least everything I stand for. But some tough decisions are going to have to be made, especially in China. But my worry is that because those tough decisions weren't made, and the way their government's set up, it just they weren't capable of containing this thing the way we could have, let's say. It almost would have been better for the world if it started here. I think we could have actually contained it, and we wouldn't have and they're so populated, and we wouldn't have some of the problems that they're having. And I think that we would do a better job of containing it if this is not a nefarious plot, which I'm leaving the door open for that based on some of the things I'm seeing, some of the symbology, some of the biblical correlations, along with some hard, stone cold facts. And the fact that I know 120 million% that they have not been forthcoming, they have withheld information, they have worried more about money than lives, more about image than substance, and more about, honestly, really, when it comes down to it, the fact that they don't want to cause panic. And this is something I always worry about. Something at any point, there could be something really bad. And I don't mean to go all Adam on you, but let's say it was like a comet heading towards Earth, or it's like every night it's a different world-ending thing. And by the way, I don't. He like raised his table 4 inches. Did you guys see that? His table. I know it's getting heavy, so I figured tell a joke. Anyway, so yeah, but his table was like raised 4 inches. Literally the last 3 nights. Although the first 2 nights he was out, but last night I watched his show because I wanted to see what he had after those nights out. I mean, I learned about ambulances going in circles, lights on and off, and lights going off at exactly midnight on a timer. It was pretty interesting, riveting stuff. But then last night, it was a good show. I'll give credit where credit's due. And he didn't push any gas masks. It was a good show. It's not going to be as informative as this show. I have the advantage of he has a team, and I have the advantage of just being me and controlling my own and deciding how I do it. Whereas when you have so many, sometimes it's too much. It's like too many, too many cooks in the kitchen type of thing. But yeah, I mean, I never seen somebody talking about something so devastating. You know, let's be honest, hard as a rock under that desk. It. I mean, he's like, I'm not happy that I can say I told you so. It's like, oh, he is. I mean, that's pretty mean thing to accuse someone of, but we all know he's happy. Hopefully he's hoping that, it gets real bad, but then dies out. Things are okay. America, not too many deaths, all that. But he can say he was right and knew it and all that. But this was not something that was the only way he could have known it when he started scaring grandma. What was that, like 6-7 months ago? Is if this was planned and nefarious and they decided, hey, let's tell this YouTube channel. That's the only way. I don't see that. I think that this was something that just came about. I think that if he had said it anytime since December 1st, then we're talking. You know, you throw enough stuff against the wall, eventually something's gonna stick. I'd rather just wait until I have Velcro on the wall and I know I have a target that's worth throwing at, and I do tonight. So let's continue. I'm sorry if I upset anyone. Just trying to lighten the mood a little bit. Okay. Now here's where this virus got serious is when it did the cross species jump. I'm sorry, we had already but anyway, so there was a cross species jump before my metaphor of the 4 generations, and supposedly from a snake, like we said. But keep in mind, was it just from the snake, or was that a convenient excuse, or did the snake contract this from that biolab? Which, by the way, I was going to go live. I've been ready for this show, honestly, since this morning. Of course, today a bunch of new information came out, all different new stuff. So, it was kind of good. I'm kind of happy I didn't do it this morning. But what I prefer location was the actual place where this supposedly leaked out of. There's two of them. One's 20 miles away. The other one is 1 mile away from Ground Zero, that marketplace with the all the weird foods, all the weird animals, mostly seafood, but all these weird animals too. One of these is 1 mile away. All it takes is a small leak. Would they do that to their own people? Do you put it by them? I don't know. I don't know. They just signed phase 1, but like I said, there's still a lot of things on place on them that are killing their economy. This is what brought Japan to actual war. We were already in a trade war, choked them off from oil. They had about 6 months left of oil reserves, and then they were done. They almost had to attack. And some say the FDR let them attack. And I think it's true. But that's neither here nor there as far as this story. But it just gives you an idea of what leaders are willing to do. They don't think as much about each and one of our lives as you think. That's my point. So again, there's already been rumors, and I was looking up this place, and when I looked it up, what comes up? Of course, some stuff from recently, but then I put, I want to see stuff from, dates before this became news. And there was a lot of, let's say, truth channels talking about them working on bio warfare weapons. And then the fact that 1 mile away, I mean, if somebody wants to Google this, it would be interesting to know how many miles, square miles, and this is square miles. So then you'd have to take that square mile. Well, no, square miles works actually. How many square miles of land are there on Earth? And what are the chances that the ground zero of this disease, of this coronavirus, is 1 mile from where there's been claims of them having bioweapons and working on bioweapons, and then all of a sudden this wicked bad pandemic that humans have never had, okay, engineered by humans most likely, actually definitely I would say, and we don't have antibodies in our system. It could literally wipe us out without the correct quarantine and steps. And now, when I start getting into the steps that they actually took and why there was a certain window that they had to help contain this thing, that's going to be the part when it's not fair porn, but I don't blame you if you get scared. Put it that way. And we're just about there. So earlier we were talking about the R naught, or what they call the R with the zero. Now that is human to human transition. Now R naught of above 1, that basically will sustain the spread. If you have anything above 1.0, it sustains the spread. The higher above 1 it goes, the more rapid it spreads. Now, if it's under 1.0, it will eventually just die out on its own. It just will die out. It doesn't mean that people won't get sick, but it will eventually die out. Now, what does that mean? Well, think of it like this. I'm sick and I walk, I don't know, we don't do Starbucks out here in Boston. I'll say you walk into a Dunkin' Donuts to have a coffee. Or we'll do something neutral. What's a neutral one? Whatever, Dunks. We walk into a Dunks and there's 10 people in there. Now, if I would get one of them sick if the R naught was 1.0. Do you get what I'm saying? And at that point, they get someone sick. Now, it's not spreading rapidly, but it still has the ability to spread. Once it goes below the 1.0, kaput. Now, think of it a different way. What if it's 3.0? Now, by the way, anything over 2.5 is very bad. Very, very bad. And those are the exact words used by a scientist. Very, very bad. Above 2.5. And I'll give you some of the numbers that we were told and then what they really are. There's also been a little bit of time between But even when they gave the original numbers that were lower than they really are, people figured that out pretty quick that that couldn't be the case. And you can figure out the number pretty easy. It's a mathematical equation. So why China thought that they could just put out a fake R naught number is beyond me. And their way of trying to hide it was from 2 days ago to yesterday. I'm sorry, 3 days ago to 2 days ago, the number of infected didn't change. It was actually the exact same number. And even with the I naught number they were putting out, although low, that would be impossible, especially with how poorly they handled this situation. That's when scientists in America and Europe and other parts of Asia and even in China, because this is more so government scientists putting this crap out. That's when they started saying, oh, hold on a second. That makes no sense. First of all, the numbers haven't changed in a 24-hour period. Second of all, it doesn't even make sense. If when you do the math with those numbers, which are obviously less than the truth, you still come up with a higher number than what you're given. So let's say I walk in and it's a 3.0, which is very, very, very bad. We're talking pandemic levels at this point, 3.0. And let's say I walk into that same coffee shop. I would most this is you got to think on a larger scale, but this is basically how it breaks down. I would get 3 people sick. Those 3 go out. And let's say that those 3 people each see 100 people. That would mean that they would each get 30 people sick. Now, all of a sudden, in a very short amount of time, we have 90 plus the 3 plus me. We have 94 people sick. Oh, and then whoever gave it to me, 95 people sick, unless I was first generation. But as you can see, let's say I was first generation. The 3 people I got sick, second generation. Then they see 100 people, they get 30 people sick each. Those people are the third generation. And then those 30 people see 1,000 people. And trust me, these numbers are way lower than what these average people are seeing. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But at that point, now we're talking those 30 people, each one of them getting 3,000 people sick. You do 3,000 times 30, 90,000 people. To be exact, it would be 90,000, 90,000 300, and I forget the numbers that I said earlier. Whatever, like basically just over 90,000 people, right? 90,095 people. Now, do you see how that just escalated? Now, those 90,095 people are the fourth generation. And that's where we're at right now. I hope that helps make it like a little bit more sense about how it spreads and how quickly it can spread. And by the way, those numbers were lowball numbers until the last one when I said 1,000. That's more realistic. Those first few numbers they were way small. It was just for the sake of math. Now, so when I was telling you that it was being reported to be too low, and the scientists all figured out that that was the case, they were reporting it anywhere from 1.4 to 2.4. And what did we say? Anything over 2.5, and really anything over 3.0. And then there was even a third level. They said, and then above 3.5. If it ever goes above 3.5, that is like, worse than AIDS, worse than, that is extremely deadly. It's like, imagine AIDS, but worse, and it's airborne. And not only that, AIDS, once it hits the air, it doesn't live. That's why, the way people get it is through needles where it's contained in this, and it can live for a little bit in there, but not too long. Or from anal sex, because of the nature of how that goes. With vaginal sex, there's less bleeding. They have to be bleeding on both parts, and that's not necessarily the case always. And there's enough, let's just say, space, for lack of better things. Anyways, that once that oxygen hits, it dies in seconds, maybe like a second. But HIV is basically eradicated because of the knowledge they have of it. Back in the day, they used to think you get it from drinking from the same water fountain. And I fear that the people who are sick with this disease are going to be treated that way. Except with this disease, it would actually make a little bit more sense, because this is what happens. Once it goes airborne, it ends up in the air. Now, everyone, when they think of airborne, they just think of breathing in the air. When actually, 90, I don't know the exact, but I would say something like 95% of the time, if somebody gets it, they actually end up getting it not from someone coughing without covering up, or it's from the surfaces. And do you know how long it can live on a surface? Well, I'll tell you. In cold climates, for instance, it's winter, yet it's flu season. But in Boston, it can live despite it being cold here, although this has been the warmest winter in all 35 years of my life. Warmest winter ever. I saw Joe Shields earlier. Has this not been the warmest winter ever? I mean, 2 weeks ago, on the 2 weekends ago, so yeah, 2 weeks ago, the temperature was one day 71 degrees, the next day 74 degrees. Broke records both days. The second day, that was 74 degrees, was actually the warmest day in January ever. And you would think that would happen towards the end of January. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Anytime in January is equally cold. Either the very beginning or the very end. It happened like right in the middle. Well, towards the beginning, but middle. Yeah. 70s, in the 70s. People walking around with shorts and t-shirt. And I think the dates were like January 9th and 10th or something like that. Maybe 8th. Anyways, it was a Saturday and Sunday, so do the math. Let's say 2 weeks ago. I'll do the math right now. So it's 25th. And yeah, so 25th. And that was the particular hot day, a Sunday. Sorry to get off track, but I end up 18. So January 11th, the 10th, and the 11th. So I was right. I said the 9th and 10th. It was actually 10th and 11th. And the 11th was really cold. I mean, those are generally the coldest times of the year. January and early February. And really all February. And early March. It's the coldest time. 74 degrees, 71 degrees. And everyone, global warming. Well, I do agree that climate change is happening. The question is it natural? One. And two, are our efforts futile? Are they really going to do anything? I don't think so. I don't think that we have the technology to honestly save the climate from changing. I'm sorry. We just don't have it. Maybe there'll be some breakthrough. I don't know. Or maybe it's supposed to happen. I don't know. All I know is that the climate's been changing forever. This is one of the most stable times in the history of the earth. So I have a hard time with it. I don't deny climate change because it is happening. Um, but it was actually colder. I don't want to get off subject, but it was actually colder 3 or 4 years in a row until this year. This like past year period, not so much 2020 for sure, but even like the year from since a year ago to today. Anyways, continue. All right. So, anyways, remember I told you they said 1.4 to 2.4. Well, what these scientists ended up finding out, and this was as of um 2 days ago, they had it at 2.5 to 4.0. And they said what they said was this. Well, they actually what the actual number said was 2.5 2.0 to 4.0. But then they went on to say we feel like even though we put 2.0 to 4.0, we feel like it's definitely above 2.5. In fact, we think it's probably in the threes. And that's actually been second and third and fourth. People are agreeing with that when it comes to this. Uh, Coronavirus, which, by the way, feels you just joined us. The reason they call it the coronavirus is corona means crown. And when you look at these things under a telescope, it almost looks like a thing with a bunch of spikes, almost like a crown of spikes. So that's why they call it the coronavirus. So we have a situation where anything over 2.5, very, very bad. Over 3.0, we're into pandemic territory. Over 3.5, we don't see that. And they're saying that it's between 2 and 4, but really they are like positive. It's above 2.5, and most likely it's 3 point something. And we're talking about the R naught rate, and we explained what that was. So if you didn't hear it, I'm sure somebody wouldn't mind telling you here. And by the way, yeah, stuff like what Joe just said, skip school for now, things like that. I'm going to be talking about that type of stuff as well. I'm not just going to inform, I'm going to give suggestions. I have a lot of suggestions. I'm not selling anything. First, let me just say that. Not selling a thing. I'm here to inform, help you guys understand it, and steer you guys in the right direction. Yeah, you see that? Here's a good example. Stephen Williams just put a good example. And by the way, I have a huge list of basically anything you can think of, and it has the I naught number. And there's an example right there. Influenza is 1.8. Now, what did we say? Influenza can spread. It's above 1.0, so it can spread. But it's not on those levels Now, 3.8, which is actually the exact number I heard right before going on the air. That's the latest number I heard. They said 2.0 to 3.0, but then they said, well, it's above 2.5. We know that. Well, then why are you saying 2.0 to 4.0? They're trying to play this down. But then they got honest with themselves. They said, but we think it's in the threes. But they didn't want to just come out and say 3.8, but they knew it. Because from multiple sources, right before I went on, I saw 3.8, 3.8, 3.8, 3.8. So I've been on for an hour and 9 minutes. About an hour and a half ago, I know for a fact they had it at 3.8. And what did I say? Anything over 3.5 is on a level that we haven't seen. outside of like there's other ones that are higher, like for instance chickenpox. And all that this means, this has nothing to do with how deadly it is. This only has to do with how easily it spreads. Like I said, you walk into a room with 10 people. Basically, think of that. It's a simple way of thinking of it. You walk into a room, you're sick, or let's say you walk in the room, you're not sick, and there's 10 people in the room. One person's sick. Your chances of getting it, move that decimal over, your chances of getting it at 38%. Put it that way. Your chance of getting influenza, 18%. It's kind of a good way of putting it. Whereas like chickenpox is something crazy. It's like some crazy number. Like it's way up there. It's like you're almost definitely getting it. You know what I mean? I mean, parents would bring their kids around to whoever had chickenpox so they could get it out of the way, let them have it as kids, and that's just how you did things. So I know that some of this stuff is scary, folks. But one thing that you can trust is I'm not here to fearmonger. Now that actually probably makes it more scary. But don't worry, it's not all doom and gloom. But I will say this. The people in China, I feel horrible for them. I feel horrible. I think they are so screwed. And the thing is, China right now, they're about to have their New Year, the Chinese New Year, right? Or it's their most popular time to travel. What's it called that's going on there? I'll look it up really quick. It's called the oh no way, I can't mess with this one. It's called the what's the name? You know what? There's like 60 people here. So what's the and flights still coming out of Asia that needs to stop. And you know what, Texas chick? Not just Asia. Asia's one thing, and trust me, it's spreading across Asia. So far, supposedly, there's no confirmed in Beijing yet, and we'll be getting to this. I'll just mention it just because we're on the subject. They've shut down the interstates and roads going in and out of Beijing. Now, guys, what's going to happen is eventually they're going to quarantine these people so bad that it's going to get to the point where imports are not coming in, exports are not going out. And when you have a population as large as they do in China, and really Asia as a whole, people are going to start starving. People are going to start getting desperate. People are going to do anything it takes to get out of those city limits where they will essentially be imprisoned. They try to make it sound good. We're going to shut the interstates from because we want to protect Beijing. There's yet to be a confirmed report. Well, there's something that I haven't said yet that is vital in every single point I've made. And please let me make that point. The higher risk for death. I'll answer one question. Texas check because you made a good point. Isn't only people with compromised immune systems the ones at higher risk for death? No, not. I mean, yes, to a point, but no, not the only ones. Really, generally, what they say, the ones for higher risk of death, the very old and the very young, as goes with many diseases. That's how it goes. The very old and the very young. Now, guys, I saw the numbers just slip from 60 to 46. I don't know what happened. But I'm about to get to a point that's vital. It's vital in everything I'm talking about. Thank you, Tony. Okay, so this is vital, guys. Let's check this out. Oh, and that's actually the next thing I put. The very old and very young will have the highest death rates. I put at lowest, and this is as of 2 days ago, by the way. At lowest, 2 to 3%. Although it's too early to say, but it's expected to be at least that number. So that is the lowest. That is, it's at least 2 or mostly like 3%. It's so really the real number is higher as far as percentages. It's a higher percentage than that, but at least 2 or 3%. At least again. And even at that, this is at least. Basically, I would take whatever this is and you know, uh add 50%. Maybe even double it. And like I said, too early to say, but expected to be the least as far as that percentage number. That is the casualty rate. And an example of that, and this is at the very least, because again, they're not trying to scare people and cause panic. So they're going to give you the lowest possible number. It's probably something like, I mean, who knows? I can't speculate. I don't know if it's 3 to 8% or 2 or 3 to 8%, 2 or 3 to 5%. I don't know. All I know is that the lowest possible number, the lowest number that they're coming up with is 2 or 3%. They're not saying up to what though. But even at 2 or 3%, which is the lowest ball number, that would be a casualty rate. And casualty doesn't mean death, by the way. It would be a casualty rate of critically ill people. I put 6 million, it's not right. It's 16 million people critically ill. But, and then on top of that, 3 million would succumb to that illness and die. So that's a total of 19 million critically ill or dead. And that is a low ball figure. Like I said, I don't want to make it too high and say double. That would be 38 million. That would be 6 million dead with 38 million casualty. Let's just say 50% more. And this isn't induced fear, but this is the numbers that are being put out as of 2 days ago. So you know what? Actually, I will do the double number because of how long ago it was. They were still kind of believing the numbers out of China, or at least that's what they were giving the public. We're talking 38 people, 38 million critically ill, with 6 million dead, 44 million total, either critically ill or dead. And now, on to the next one. The biggest concerns is the next little chapter I have for you. And guys, this is just like my notes. I thought I'd go through these notes in 10 minutes. I'm already over an hour in. I'm going to start to speed up. I have so much more to cover. But just so you know, these notes are important because I put a lot of very important information in these. They're just things I wanted to make sure I said at the beginning. Now, remember, I was just saying a minute ago that there was a vital piece of information that is coming that basically I've been wanting to say it almost after every sentence because it's that important. Now, the other day on this channel, we were talking about the risks and things like that. And we were talking about this, and I was kind of playing it down. Um, I didn't play it down 100%. I did say that this could be serious. I could see this being serious. It's just, I said, what I ended up saying was our government lies to us so much. I just, it's hard to believe them sometimes. It's like being with a girl and all she does is lie. And then one day she comes, she says, "Oh my God, today," and it's the most outrageous thing you've ever heard in your life. And it's like, yeah, sure, okay. It's like crying wolf. Well, I feel like this government's been crying wolf, lying to us for way too long. Maybe that's part of a strategy. Maybe people are going to take this not as serious as they would have at any other point in history. We are more skeptical of the media, of the government, of all of it, of information than ever. There's never been a better time to drop a legit plague, pandemic level plague. I don't even want to call it a plague. I mean, I'd say plague, it makes me think negotiator. If it is 3.8, you have multiple. Yes, exactly. And that's why it's so deadly. This is going on. And at the same time, it really, I mean, you want to talk about you walk into a room. When it gets really crazy is when somebody travels. Now, this is what's crazy. In China, when this thing was at its peak, yet we didn't even know about it. China was, I don't even think they really let the international community know. I think the United States government had an idea for sure because we know everything. I mean, NSA, all the technology, we know. And we probably confronted them, and that's probably what got them to be a little bit more forthcoming. Although they've never really been forthcoming, even today, they were being more forthcoming than they have been in the past, than they have for this whole time. Because I think they realize. I mean, it got to the point where it's like we're starting to have to close cities, roads. I'd like to see them close more airports, all this stuff, travel, all this. We're talking millions upon dozens and dozens of millions of people right now quarantined. So many dead or expected to die in the near future. And here's how crazy this is. When the Chinese people were getting on their planes and going to their destinations, and this is why, you know what? Let me put up a visual aid so that you guys see what I mean first. This visual aid will be extremely helpful. I was doing some research on biblical plagues. We'll get back to that as well. Like I said, you guys, if you want all the information, you got to hang in there with me. This so if I'm going to, I want this show to be a one-stop shop. Everything you need to know. This is not your average show. I have great intel. I am confident. I've been on this for days and days and days, 3 straight days, all day. And I want it to be a one stop shop, everything that you need to know up to literally the minute I went live. If anything develops tomorrow, I'll keep up on it. But everything from December 1st to right now is in this video that can be found on the internet at least. And that isn't disinformation or fake or, you know, when you have something this big, you're gonna get a lot of fake disinfo and things like that, fear mongering. It's just it comes with the territory. That's one thing I'm like known not to be that. For anyone who's not too familiar with me, ask anyone. I am known to be the type that says, hey, hold on, hold on, hold on. So when I start sounding alarms, there's a reason. And the reason I'm sounding alarms is the potential. That doesn't mean all hope is lost. Not at all. There is a woman screaming outside like she's being hurt. You guys will be able to hear it. Hold on a second. This is Amanda, you hear that? Is someone getting like hurt? Hold on, guys. I can't just stand it. You know, I don't just stand right. How do I open this friggin' window? Hold on, guys. Hold on. Oh, so I just got a brand new bed, and now I got the rest of the furniture coming in. I can't wait. Do you hear this, Amanda?
What?
There's some woman freaking out there. She's getting beat or something. Yeah. She's just. You okay? Yeah, there must have been that white Jeep that just like flew off. All right, sorry about that, guys. All right, I just can't. I have to check on people who were screaming like that. It sounded bad, but then again, it could have been her doing the damage. But it was definitely a physical altercation. I'll tell you that. And then that white Jeep just flew off like that. So, anyways, all right. So, we were just at. Okay, yeah, I know where I'm at. This is the very important part that you guys need to hear. Okay. So, out of China, you guys are going to be very disappointed to hear this. Now, with this, one of the worst things about this thing going on, right, is that well, I was looking up the symptoms, and it didn't strike me how deadly this could be, how important this could be. When I say this, I'm talking about what they call the incubation period. When I think of incubation, I think of an incubator. You know what I mean? Like a baby in an incubator, you know? I mean, what I really think about is do you guys remember with the Gulf War? Someone claimed to be from Kuwait and a nurse in Kuwait, and she ended up being the ambassador um, from Kuwait to the U.S. Their daughter, and they coached her, and damn, she was good. She was believable. She got everybody. And she basically, yeah, negotiator. I know a lot of you guys remember. Um, oh, you guys could hear what I was the woman screaming. Anyway, so she starts talking about, and then she's crying. She's doing such a, and they took the babies out of the incubators, and they threw them on the and she's crying and fake crying. And I remember like watching it even after the fact, knowing it wasn't true, thinking, are they sure that this wasn't real? Like, how could you be this good of an actress? No, they coached her up. I'm telling you, when they want to go to war, they got to get public opinion on their side. And nothing worse than a nurse crying about these savages just throwing babies out of incubators on the floors and stomping on them. And whatever. This whole terrific story ended up being fake. Ended up, and you know what's crazy is the media was so war crazy, they didn't even figure out that this was the daughter of the ambassador to Kuwait. I mean, it might not be as bad as journalism is now, but you know, back then, journalism was decent. I mean, they uncovered the whole Catholic Church thing. They uncovered so many. You know, journalists actually like had some bombshells here and there. Oh man, where are you guys? Hold on, hold on. Just make sure. Why did they all just get small? All right. Yeah. So, anyways, I just bring that up because that just came to mind. So, because I'm talking about incubation period, or the incubators. And it's also always good to bring things like that up. Keep you sharp. Don't let them talk you into things with fear. So, an incubation period, this is what it is. It's also called a what's it called? Anyways, the incubation period. What it is you contract the disease. Okay, so I walk into that restaurant, somebody has it. Let's say it's a 3.8. So three, most likely four out of 10 outside of the guy who's infected are going to get it, right? Well, let's say I'm one of those guys. Now, if you guys can see the screen, at this point, the information is getting so vital that you understand that I'm actually going to, and some people might be happy about this, get my ugly mug off here and go full screen. But then I can't see the comments. So or I could just do it where I'm really small. Now, what do we not say? Yeah. Oh yeah. And Joe, actually, what people are doing right now in China is what they've learned, and what we will learn if it comes to us is stay away from the hospitals. Yeah. If you're gonna get sick, chances are it's gonna be at a hospital. And don't worry, guys. If you guys are getting scared, we're gonna go over all of the precautions that you should take. Okay, we're gonna go over the precautions that are recommended, not by some Joe Schmo trying to make money. I'm not selling nothing. All right, what I'm gonna offer you is a cheap way to protect yourself that is efficient, and if you do it now, you'll be able to get it. Okay, exactly. Hey, simply put, but effective. Anti Gubernator. Hospital equals sick people, folks. You do not want to be at the hospital unless you know you've contracted it. Now, here's the problem. How do you know you contracted it, Red Pill? Well, that's the point I'm getting to. And really, everything we talked about up to this point hinges on this information. This is what separates containing it to it going worldwide. This is what separates life from death. This is what separates letting someone on a plane or not. And that is the this is what makes this might be the number one deadliest thing about this particular strand that has never been in humans ever before in history that we know of, unless they were in a lab and being tested. And this, in fact, let's say it is some nefarious stuff, Georgia Guidestone esque. Okay. But what I do know is that there's no recorded cases, never been human, which means our ancestors, meaning our bodies, do not have the antibodies to fight it, meaning without taking the proper steps, it will sweep through humanity in a biblical way. Fact. Now let's go into this. I do not mean to scare. I hate that I'm probably worrying people, but I have to be honest. These are the facts. That's dark, Novell. That is dark. Oh, Novell, actually, that's a good example. See his picture? That is, I've been studying this for 3 days straight, nonstop, day and night. I know what that is. That is what the coronavirus looks like under a cell. Now you might say that don't look like a crown. Well, it's the spikes things. they consider it like a crown. You know what I mean? Because when you look under it, it's it just I don't know that's how it got its name. They decided it's like a crown. There's these spikes like a crown. So that's what that picture is. Is that true, Novell? I'm assuming. I'm almost positive. I've seen enough of them. Coronavirus has patents. Now, I've seen that anti Gouvernaire as far as people talking about that, and we're gonna get into that. Now, did this exist before? Yes, in animals. Never known that if a human happened to eat an infected animal, that it would ever even like spread. No one ever knew if it would. So be careful. I'm not saying it's 100% disinformation. It's a little bit misleading though. That's what I will say. Not disinformation. It's true. Patents. I know what you're saying, Nancy. But you put patents. I get it. Yeah. But I understood you. Yep, patents. There is, but this did exist before. Now patents, it makes it sound engineered, and that's why you don't hear me sitting here saying, that is 100% BS, disinformation, this and that. I'm not saying that because there's some things we're going to get to later that I will not take off the table. There is a lot of coincidences. A lot of it has to do with a very famous couple. Other things have to do with basically what you're getting at. But I do caution against 100% believing it, only because this is not unprecedented as far as existing. They just never knew that if somebody was to be infected by eating an infected animal, that it would actually go on to humans, from humans, and not just that, but be airborne. I mean, these are things that would blow a virologist or a someone who studies, infectious disease. It would blow their mind looking at how this is developed. But this is the craziest part about how it's developed, and that's what I keep trying to get to. So here we go. Oh yeah, I said I'll make it full screen. Right? Well, here we go. Let's make it bigger. How about that? Oh, you know what? With the dock, it won't really let me. You know what I can do though? I could just make the font bigger. I'll just do that. These are just my own notes. So the biggest concerns: the incubation period or the latency period. You can go by either or. Is the length of time until symptoms show. And not just until they show, like physically, like let's say you can see that someone's sick. Some symptoms are visible, or you can feel them by touch, like a fever, which means that obviously, most likely, the person can feel some symptoms as well. And it's when they get those symptoms, in particular the fever, believe it or not, even though there's much more than just a fever that happens. And we'll go over the symptoms. We'll actually do that next. But I'm going to tell you something right now. It's going to blow your mind. So first, let's just make sure we drive this home. The incubation period or latency period, however you want to refer to it, is the length of time that symptom until, not that, until the symptoms show or you feel them, and basically until they're detectable through screening. And they say 5 days, But there have been some people, I guess, like let's say you are, you know, I don't know, 5'5", brown eyes with a six pack and 28 years old. I don't know. Perfect health, great genetics, never been sick. You might want to be one of those people that last 7 days until the symptoms show. Okay. So, but the norm, they say 5 days, but what they're saying is 5 to 7 days. Now, the symptoms intensify. So, let's say you don't stop feeling them. Let's just go in the middle. Day 6. Let's say I got sick. I'm in pretty good shape. I'm 6'2", 6'2", 200 pounds. 200 pounds isn't that much when you're 6'2". It's not that little either. I'm in good shape. I'm healthy. Um, I think, I hope. I'm 35. I'd like to think I'm in my prime. And I've been an athlete my whole life and a veteran. So I would be considered above average health. So let's just say 6 days. I'm not a health freak. I smoke cigarettes, things like that. So I don't know if I'd be one of those 7 day guys, but I can see myself going 6 days until I start feeling. This is all, you know, hypothetical, but it's to drive home a point. So after 6 days, I start to like kind of feel like a hot cold type of feeling, and I'm thinking, damn, there's this thing going around. But you know what? There's only been one case on the East Coast. I'll be all right. It's not that. It's not that. I'm just not. I know what. I think it's psychosomatic. I'm just I think that I'm feeling it. I've been researching it so much that I'm literally creating symptoms with my mind. Psychosomatic symptoms. It's not real. I think that for about a day or 2 days, let's say. Then we're at day 8. I start thinking, damn, am I sick? But what if I'm not sick? I don't want to go to the hospital and get sick, especially since my immune system's definitely down because I don't feel good. Then I wake up day 9, and it's clear to me, to the people around me. Now I got this fever that's very high, and I go to get help. Well, sounds like a normal progression of a virus, red pill. Here is the problem. Common sense, right? When this thing first started, the reason it's gotten crazy, and by the way, let me add this one last piece in. Let's say I lived in China. No, but I'm from here. But before I came home in China, let's say I was there for business, and I contracted it. I was there for 2 days, contracted this disease, didn't get sick till day 6. So I'm home 4 days, not only at the airport there, but also a layover in LA, then maybe one more in Chicago, and then Boston. Well, all those airports are now at risk. When I get out, I go out to eat. I want to have some good food. I go to this nice big Italian restaurant, my favorite place in the North End. I go there. Wicked busy. It's a Saturday. Everyone there is now exposed as well. And then when I leave, guess what? What did I say earlier? It's not so much the airborne part that gets you. It's the fact that once it's airborne, it ends up on the surfaces. So unless you like medical grade disinfect every surface in the whole anywhere this person's been, they're behind that sickness. Yet, if you looked at me, I would look like I could run a marathon. I could look like I could run the Boston Marathon next week. 26.2 miles, no problem. I feel great. I'm lifting weights. Everyone in the gym is sick now. Where I laid down, all those surfaces, I don't even have to lay on the surface. It's airborne. Any surface in that whole gym has the disease. You know why? This is all because of that latency or incubation period. So this goes on for 6 days. The first day in China, the second day at the airport, third day, I'm at all those airports, LA, Chicago, Boston. Fourth day, I'm at the restaurant. Then that night I, work out. Then I go see all my family. The fifth day, I don't know if I don't feel I can't even tell because I'm with my family, so I'm having beers. Sixth day, I start to not feel so good. That's maybe when I start staying in. But first, I'm going to go to CVS, and they don't have what I need. So I go to Walgreens. And when I leave Walgreens, listen, the threat of this doesn't leave with me. In fact, I basically think of it like this: anywhere I go, I leave that disease on the surfaces of everywhere I've been. So this coronavirus, mind you, it is all over wherever I was in China at that meeting at work. It's all over the airplane I was in, or the multiple airplanes I was in. It's all over all 4 airports, or maybe 5 coming from China. It's all over that Italian restaurant. It's all over that gym, because that's what it does. And guess how long it lives? In cold climates, it lives 7 days, about 7 days. In warm climates, it lives up to a month. So it's almost a blessing in disguise that although it's flu season, yeah, somewhere like Florida, that they could really get slammed because let's say that I wasn't from Boston, I lived in Florida. Well, all those places I was, whether it be the gym, the CVS, the Walgreens, the Italian restaurant, all these places, well, if I was in Florida, I'd be in different places, right? I'd probably be at, the pain clinic, the, the Long John Silver's. I love Florida. I have family in Sarasota. I love it. Um, um, and I actually lived in Pensacola for years, so I can say that. Um, it lives on all these surfaces. Now in Boston, a, after 7 days, a bunch of people are going to get sick. Now because it's a 3.8, really it's like 38% of people are getting sick, especially if they're like right near in the same booth as me seat, and nobody's really you got some these days I've worked in restaurants. Listen, people don't clean as well as you think. I hate to even put that image in your head, but they don't. And I'm not talking about themselves. I'm talking about just like cleaning, like in general. People just don't work hard. Work ethic is down in this country, and that's a fact. Um, but anyways, that's not the point. The point is, in Boston, all that is true, and it's for like a whole any place I was. And guess what? I feel fine. But everywhere I go, I'm leaving behind the coronavirus on every surface, not that I touch, but that is just of where I am. Basically, think of okay, it's a big restaurant. You think it's just my booth? No, it's every booth. Oh, you're working out. It's just that bench. No, it's every bench. In and the floor fountain and the locker room. Every single thing in the locker room. Everything needs to be. It's like, it's like everywhere. And I know this is scary, but it's even worse if, let's say, I'm from Florida, a warmer climate. If it's a warm climate, it can live on these surfaces not for 7 days like it will in a colder climate like Boston. It will live for a month, up to 28 days in a warm climate. Can you believe that? That's scary. And anywhere they go, and the thing is, they don't seem sick. They don't feel sick. They don't look sick. They don't feel sick as far as temperature. And guess how the Chinese decided who got on the planes and who they told stay home? Well, I'll tell you one thing. It's not the movie, what's the He's alone, there's a pandemic, zombie pandemic thing. I love that movie too. I am, right? Something I am. Anytime you see something with I am, it's kind of like mocking God. Um, Noah planned and had God. And that's what by the end of the show we're going to do. We're going to plan, and we've always had God, especially on this channel, guys. Anyways, the movie with Will Smith, guys. I Am Legend. Although anytime you see I am in anything, it's referring to one thing, and it's God, but it's not the type of God that it's not glorifying the God that we want to glorify. So just so I am, that's anyways. So in that movie, what they had was a little retina scanner in your retina, and basically people would bleed from their eyes. It's almost a dead giveaway if you got it right. I'm pretty sure Jesus didn't save the 80 people dead. Any real don't you get? Well, that's your opinion, Novell. And you know what? If you're talking about extending your life on this earth, hey, you know what? To me, that's not all there is. I think that the real great stuff comes after. There's been a lot of science that even backs that up, but everyone has their own opinion. But just so you know, a lot of Christians on this channel. But the topic is the norovirus, coronavirus. I always want to say norovirus for some reason. Anyways, so okay, so you're pretty sure Jesus didn't save the people dead. If you're talking about after they died, you don't know that. You don't know that. So I wouldn't say something like that. You don't know that for a fact. Nobody knows anything for a fact. That's why it's faith. But that just got me. Okay, so and listen, guys, when things get scary, and you have to understand this, Novell, people are going to their religion when things are scary, and they have a very good reason to be scared. But for somebody who doesn't think like that or believe like that, I can understand your point. And we are going to get to that. I have the remedy that will keep you safe. I'm not selling it, but I know where you can find it cheap. There's many places you can find it cheap. And, there's some basic, obvious prep type stuff you should be doing, in my opinion. And I would start. No, I don't think he's a troll. He's been since unless I haven't really been watching chat like I normally do because I have so much information and I'm still on my notes. But then again, I don't know why you would bring that up when I'm just explaining to you the most important part of this virus. I mean, your screen name is this virus. Now you could have just changed your screen name since this virus happened. You realize the gravity of the situation, um, on how to survive the bioweapon. They are telling me Jesus and prayer will protect me. Sorry, but I told Jesus is going to save me from this. That's fine, Novell. I'm going to tell you in the physical world what can, and maybe I don't think he's a troll from what I've seen, but master Q. I like people who kind of break up, you know. And if he is a, hey, I Texas chick, I don't know him, you know, but I'm gonna treat everyone fair until they. And guess what? The thing is, he's trying to say, this and that. Jesus is very important. Because your soul will matter later, and I do that, but that's my belief. I'm not gonna push my belief down your throat. So you're concerned with physically being protected from this virus. Now, if you keep hampering on that same subject, then that tells me you are a troll. Because I've already told you 3 times now, I have I've done all the research. I didn't want to scare people without being able to give them at the end all the information they need to stay safe. Type of stuff will keep you safe and what type of good ideas have been thrown around, that I think are great ideas. I different places. I actually spent that aspect of it because I'm not comfortable fear mongering. I hate fear mongers that just do it because it's like fear porn. They call it fear porn for a reason. I don't know. There's something about getting scared. It's like watching a scary movie. Ooh. And it's like, half the time, it's not real. But you know what? Hey, you might know it's not real. Something that is real, and you see that the government is playing it down. They're talking about friggin' tapes on Trump where he's talking about, what was he talking about in these tapes? I paid like no attention to it, but I noticed that that's all they talked about. In fact, I want to show you all the major networks. When you look at them, it shows all their stories, and they have 20 stories, only one about the coronavirus. Now, if that's not suppressing vital information, I don't know what is. Because this is why, and listen, Novell, you're not gonna control like the direction that the show goes. I'm telling you those things. But first of all, I haven't even gotten finished telling you why it's so dangerous. Maybe they're right. Maybe you are a troll. Maybe you're just a little bit pushy. I don't know. But I'm gonna treat you like a human, and I hope you do the same for me. All right. I'm doing a show. I've done 3 days and 3 nights of research, and I know what I'm talking about. All right. And to be honest with you, usually I am a lot not so nice. I'm in a good mood to a point, and if you are a troll, you're showing it. I'm not gonna say you're a troll, but what I do know is that you're trying to tell me, okay, now, out of the 50 something people here, he said that I have to talk about what he needs for protection. It's time to tell him exactly what he needs for protection, even though as soon as I bring up my savior, he starts shitting on him. Are you fucking kidding me? Sorry for swearing. I'm gonna have a clean friggin' show. All right. Now, this is why it's so important. Everything I just talked about, when I gave you the example of how I don't get sick until day 6 in that scenario, because as it says, the latency, or however you want to say it, or incubation period is 5 to 7 days. Now, why is that so important? Because guess what they were doing in not just China, but Wuhan, or is it Wuhan, where it started, where this all started. Everyone felt really safe because you know why? Felt so safe because first, you know what? I think I actually have the actual. In China, do you know what they were doing to stop this was their big screening. They said, don't worry, people, they're screening passengers before they get on the planes. So there's all right. They left out something very big. You know what they did? You know what their big plan was to scan all these passengers? Have you guys ever gone to the doctors and they take that little thing and they put up to your head and it goes beep? And they're like, oh, 98.4. Okay, normal time. That's it. That's the big, literally, that is the way that they did their intensive screening to stop any passengers that might be infected. Do you think that that is sufficient? With the amount of people that live in China and the amount of people who the US and across the world, because China has become such a huge they didn't like me talking about that. You see how now I'm lagging? I'm going to talk about that, but I'm going to say it again. Yeah, I'm buffering. You know why? Because they didn't want that information out there, but that's what they did. They put things to their head and went, boop. So guess you were on day 2, day 3, day 4, maybe even day 6 if you're one of those people who can last 7 days. And you can keep making me buffer, YouTube, all you want. All right? Either that or it's the realizing this is a good show. It's very informative. And I'm going to make sure my goal was to put everything you need to know about the coronavirus in one show. So, YouTube, the more you keep messing with me, the harder I'm going to go at it. I'm not messing around. People will get this information no matter what. All that China did, yeah, look at that. All they did was take that little thing at the doctor, beep, and if they didn't have a fever, they're fine to travel to wherever they want. And don't forget the latency and the incubation period. It can be up to 7 days. The norm is 5. For my example, I use 6. I even gave them a day because it can be 5 to 7 days. They say the norm is 5, but that's like the normal person. I'm talking somebody, young in shape. I think I'd be on my 6th day before I get the actual symptoms. Before, I think on day 5 I would get by their thing because guess what? Somebody who is would get by their screening after contracting and having this virus for 4 days. And then guess where they fly? Right into your city. And that's why there's so many cases popping up. And you have to think, now what are the days? We said 5 to 7 days for the incubation period. Okay. Well, the first generation 1, remember we talked about generation 1. Remember? That's the guy who got it from the animal. He didn't F an animal. He ate an animal. Just to be clear, because usually that I saw that as a rumor too. Generation 2 are the first people who get exposed by that guy. Generation 3 are the next ones. Generation 4 are the next ones. Now, once they come over to America, that's when it really becomes a pandemic. And we're going to go over a list of things that make something qualify as a pandemic. And you know what? Since you two's messing with me, you know what? I wasn't gonna say this. I was gonna leave this off, but I'm gonna say it now. The World Health Organization, WHO. Why is it to this second, to this day, they still? Oh no, actually, I think they ended up doing it. But up until yesterday, they still had not declared this a state of emergency. I'd have to check on it. They still may not have. They didn't claim it a forget about state of emergency, a health emergency, like a emergent worldwide health emergency. If this is not a worldwide health emergency, I don't know what is. If the screening process was something where there's up to a week where you can seem fine and pass the test and get to fly anywhere in the world and spread it everywhere, especially coming from the most populated place on earth, what do you think? It's not going to spread? I mean, and where this thing came from, the fact that the biolab is right there, there's just way too many things that are just way too convenient that add up for me. All right. It comes from the most popular area of the world that also is advanced enough that, so many of them are business class and travel the world constantly by the millions upon millions a week. And the incubation period, you don't even show symptoms for so long. And you would think these days, I had faith, even though it's China. I mean, they still have good technology there. I thought they would have something that, I don't know, it just tells you if you're infected, even if you only been infected for 10 even if you only been infected for 10 minutes, I thought that they'd be able to tell. Call me naive. But you're telling me that they could have been infected for 5 days and still just their temperature isn't high and they get to jump on the plane and come to Boston or to where you guys from, or to West Texas, or to anywhere where you guys are from, because that's where they're coming. Any major city is at risk. And if you live in a New York, an LA, or a Chicago, I mean, their cities are 2-3 times the size as yours. If you live in, those second tier cities, the Bostons, the Seattles, the San Franciscos, the Dallases, the Houstons, they're like 8 times, 10 times bigger. And then there's like the next layer, the St. Louis's, the Providences, the Sacramentos, the Vegases. I don't know. Then it's like 30 times your city. And they're taking those huge cities and quarantining them. Yet, as long as they haven't shown symptoms yet, they can jump on a plane and go everywhere. And the only airport that's closed right now is the Wuhan airport. All the other airports are open. The port is still open for some reason. I have no idea why. I thought, I mean, well, I do know why. I'm lying when I say I have no idea why. Of course I know why. Money. You close that port of I believe Shenzai, like the biggest port around, or Hong Kong or Shenzai. You close those ports. Oh, trouble, trouble, trouble. Your economy comes to a halt. No imports, no exports. Your capital is already in the situation where nobody can come in or out on the roads. You can't bring in trucks. You can't bring in anything. This is what's going to happen. People are keep going to get sick. The numbers are going to get larger. And I'm talking about China. Now, they put the rest of the world at a huge risk with their screening techniques. I mean, putting a little temperature thing to someone's head and just hoping that, if they got infected, it was at least a week ago. God forbid it was within a week. Guess what? They're jumping on a plane and infecting your city. New Orleans. It's like a second. But then again, you know what? Hey, you're from New Orleans. You know what it's like to see a whole city disappear. It can happen. Mean it. The truth is, we're probably swimming in it right now. And guess what? This is what I was getting to next. So you know what? I'm happy that you said that. Now I don't want to say that just because it's like it's just kind of like adding unneeded fear. But you know what? You actually touched on the reason why I think it's actually a valid point to make because of that incubation latency period. Think about it. If it's a week latency period, what was going on a week ago? Were any of you guys talking about this 7 days ago? I'll wait. Anyone? Be honest. Be honest. Let's be real. I wasn't. I'll start. I wasn't. Anyone else? 7 days ago, full week, last Sunday, AFC NFC Championship games. When the AFC and NFC championships were happening, were you talking at all about the coronavirus, or were you just drinking Coronas, watching football? Oh yeah, and Hub City. Someone just made a great point. Atlanta is a hub city, as is Boston. But as far as travel goes, Atlanta is even more so a hub city with airlines. Delta is out of Atlanta. And I know this only because when I was stationed in Pensacola, every single flight goes to Pensacola. Goes to Atlanta and then Boston. There were few that went from Pensacola. Actually, none at the time that went from Pensacola straight to Boston. You'd have to go from Pensacola to Manchester, New Hampshire, which is actually pretty far from Boston, or Manchester to Providence, which is what I would do here and there. Or you could do Manchester to Worcester, which I did once, but it's a small airport. Yeah, you weren't thinking about it, Norvell. See, none of us were thinking about it. Well, guess what? A week ago, they weren't thinking about it that much either. It's really only been, let's even give them since like the 20th, 21st, they've been talking about it. Okay, well, that's when it was still like fourth generation anyway. And I think that we are now entering the fifth generation because all those people who traveled, who were infected because they were there for business. And also, what a stupid thing. I understand you want to protect Americans at home and abroad. But in a situation like this, when you bring them home from abroad, in my opinion, because they know what the incubation period is, I understand it would be a pain in the ass, but put them in a secure quarantine for a week. It's supposed to be 5 to 7 days. So after 7 full days, if they still don't have symptoms, they're good. But then again, you're putting them at risk. You don't want to put them together with the other people. But if we're doing all this for people at the border, why can't we do it for business class Americans? I think it's very doable. You don't put them all together, or else you're putting anyone there at risk. Although that's probably how it would end up somehow. Because again, they don't have to be in the room with you. All they have to have been is in a room that you end up in. Like I said, cold climates, 7 days, warmer climates, up to a month, 28 days. So let's say, you're in Florida, you're in a holding zone. They use the showers or the bathrooms, and it might have even been 3 weeks prior. Guess what? You can still get it. Up to 28 days in warm climates. Now, because it's not like the wicked warm, because of the time of the year, it might be like 21 days, but you're pushing your luck. You're pushing it. You're very close there. So that's what I think. I think anybody coming home, I know it's a pain, but I'd rather that than children and our whole homeland falling ill and dying. Well, then again, the fatality rate wouldn't be like, it's not like everyone dies, right? People can live through it, but I just think that if it's on the level that China is in already, this is going to continue to spread. Oh, I said I was going to show you that map, right? Check out this. This is the latest map. It came out 1 hour before I started this show. Okay. And then at that point, we finished my notes and we're on to the other, not other subjects. We're going to stick to this subject. And then we'll get closer. By the way, Novell, we'll get closer to soon. We'll be talking on what you can do to protect yourself if you were being serious and not just trying to cause trouble. Yeah, even if you were trying to cause trouble, no matter what, I am going there. I'm going to be talking about how to protect yourself. And my put it this way: one of my answers is Jesus, but it's not my only answer. There's certain protection that you're going to need to have to protect yourself, and it's more than you think. Let's just say that for now. All right, so let me find this map that I was looking at. It was just recent. So tools. It was really the past hour, but I'll put past 24 hours. This is it. And the colors all mean different things, by the way. All right, so let me get this up to a big size, and then I'll let me change and get it full screen, and we'll go over it. And yeah, Atlanta. I mean, as far as air travel goes, it really is like the hub city. Most international flights of anywhere. Maybe LA is right up there with it, but I know Atlanta's like. Uh, I know Delta's out of there. All that. Anyway, okay. Let's see. By the way, for some reason, my computer is acting way slower than normal. It's never this slow. Never. Which I find weird. What happened? Oh, this is it. All right. Do it this way. All right. So, does it give you know what the color code is? Because I saw a similar map. But anyways, okay. So anything blue is suspected cases. Basically, they have all the symptoms. They're pretty sure they got it. They're just waiting They've also probably, they wouldn't put suspected and make a whole country blue, unless they can also confirm, like, hey, tell us about the last week of your life. And they say, oh, well, I went to that gym in Boston. And they're like, oh, that's the gym Red Pill goes to. There's a red flag. And then, oh, and I also went to an Italian restaurant. Oh, he went there too. Oh, this person might have it. And they're showing a little bit of symptoms. Let's put the test and wait a couple days for the test. That's why you're having blue. Just the other day, Canada was blue. Just the other day, France was blue. Now they're both confirmed. They're both that red, that chrism blood red. So, the colors, they don't mean much. I'll tell you that. They don't mean much. It just kind of shows you what stage they're at. If it's blue, I am pretty positive. There might be one exception. They might be freaking out too much. Oh, Mexico, they have them here. I saw something that it was confirmed, but I guess not. Um, Brazil, India, Russia. I have a feeling these places got it. Turkey, Portugal, UK. I know the map off the top of my head, by the way. I'm not just making things up. Um, Czechoslovakia or Czech Republic, unless that's Ukraine. No, it's not Ukraine. I believe that's Czech Republic, but Czechoslovakia, where do they go by now? If I'm correct. And then up here we have Finland. This is all Russia, and I think this is Ukraine. So Ukraine, is this Ukraine? Is it, or is that Kazakhstan? Or is this Kazakhstan? I get a little bit confused in this because they changed it so much, but that's for sure Turkey, India, obviously China. And you can see China has like that like maroon color to them. I'm assuming that means like pandemic proportions. You know what I mean? Like they don't just have it. Like the U.S. has confirmed cases. No, they are like screwed. They are basically, ground zero. It could mean ground zero, but it most likely just means like pandemic levels. I'm trying to see what these other countries are. I see the red in between China and oh, that's what's it called with the monks? Is that Tibet? And then down here confirmed. Confirmed we have Vietnam, not Laos, but Cambodia. By the way, North and South Vietnam, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, South Korea. These are all confirmed cases. Everything I'm saying, by the way. I'm going with the red ones. Australia. Malaysia? Correct me if I'm wrong on that being Malaysia. And then this would be the Philippines. No, wait. That's the Philippines. I always get this one wrong. Oh, wait. No, it's not New Zealand. And look, North Korea, despite being, right on the border, same thing with Mongolia and North Korea. It's a miracle that they don't have confirmed cases. It makes sense with North Korea because they don't let people in or out. But you know. And now we'll move on. There was a couple I missed out because I didn't name this right here. I mean, I'll look at a map in a second and tell you guys for sure. Or I could just look here. If you guys have a map, you could tell me too. Um, yeah, Tibet. That's the one by in between India and China. Um, oh, Kennewick. 6 cases in U.S. right now. Well, last I heard, there were 5 confirmed, and a sixth one was expected to be confirmed. So yeah, I mean, the sixth one hasn't been 100% confirmed yet, but I guess like the symptoms, where they've been, everything matches. They have it's just a matter of getting the test. It's gonna be 6. But there's 5 confirmed. So I shouldn't even say that because it's not confirmed. And here at the Red Pill Dispensary, we stick to facts. Um, so not that it's like the utmost importance that I'm able to that I identify each one, but it's just kind of nagging at me what this one is right here. I forget what that one. I think I got the rest of them. France over there, they have a confirmed case, which wasn't confirmed before. And then as far as suspected cases, which means soon to being confirmed, in my opinion, we have Mexico, we have Brazil, we have hmm. That's not Liberia, is it? Or Sierra Leone? I know those are right over there. I'm not sure which that is, but my guess is Liberia, Sierra Leone, something like that. The one with the 2 names as well with the C. Okay, and then the Azores. By the way, that's where my family's from. They're not lit up. Ireland is not lit up, but it looks like Scotland is. Um, so my two, where my two parents are from, are not lit up. Just it's my own little thing. Um, and you know what? I don't think Russia extends this far. Actually, no, it does. But this is not Russia. This is Bulgaria, I believe, because this would be No, this would be Poland. This would be Ukraine, I believe, and this would be Bulgaria. I'm pretty sure. Oh, and there's one little one right here, and that would be um Jordan. I believe that's Jordan. What else do we got? Then we got basically the whole, all of Southeast Pacific. So we have India. Then we have Pakistan. Oh no, wait. That's Iran. Yeah. So yeah. So I believe it's Pakistan. Yeah, Pakistan, India. This one though. I know what this is, but what is this? Feel free to put it in there. I don't think there's such a thing as Burma anymore. Indonesia, I believe that's down here. That's over here. I can't think of what that is off the top of my head right now. Whatever. Okay, so then we'll move on. Um, Papua New Guinea. We have New Zealand. We have the Philippines. We have all these islands. Um, I still haven't identified what that dark red is. So the ones I don't know is the dark red here, the blue right here, and I'm not 100% certain if I got it right on the African country. But the rest, I think we've identified. Yeah, Czech Republic, I believe. I'm pretty sure on that one. I'm not sure though. So yeah, so that is the world as of 3 hours ago, and that will be updated throughout the night. All right, so now we're gonna start getting into different things. Okay, we're gonna start getting into more than just my initial notes. We got the initial stuff out there. Now, somebody brought up something we were gonna talk about, and since they brought it up, I'll start there. Well, actually, you know what? The person that people think is a troll, there's here we go. There's actually man, why do they have my internet? So I'll just read the headline on this one. So snakes could be the original source. And by the way, though, that's from 3 days ago. Virus hit Wuhan, has two laboratories linked to Chinese biowarfare. We already went over that. Um, China says coronavirus can spread before symptoms show. So again, this is more old stuff that we already went over. Fourth case of new coronavirus diagnosed in U.S. Now it's five, going on six. Coronavirus infections increase All right, we're back. We're back. Okay. I have no idea what just happened, guys. Literally all my, as you can see, all my tabs just disappeared. Like mid-sentence. I wasn't even hitting anything. They all just disappeared. Yeah, you would think it, so they made the StreamYard with where I'm doing this off of StreamYard. They made that disappear along with everything else, all my research, but I still remember everything and I still remember where to go. So, you know what? Stand by. Just give me 2 seconds. Let me load up some stuff real quick. And you know what? I know exactly one of the things that might have spooked them because I said it before I pulled it up. And his first name's Bill, him and his wife. As soon as I mentioned them, it went down. That's weird. Okay. So good. I'm happy. I was convinced that, the stream got ended because it closed, but it seems like, they can't. I mean, they probably could end the stream if they wanted, but they just made all my work for 3 days go away. But luckily I remember most of it. Coronavirus. Oh man, and now they have me using Google. I don't want to use Google. I use DuckDuckGo because I just put it in. It didn't come up. I'm like, why didn't it come up? Because I'm on Google. I mean, I use Google for like images and stuff, but not for searching content. So I gotta go DuckDuckGo. Oh man, my hand. Oh man, my hand's like all numb. All right, DuckDuckGo. I have it right up, guys. How could all that disappear though? It even said you want to reload tabs. I said yes, and didn't reload them. All right, good. Okay. Um, one sec. Let me just get the name of this. You guys gotta bear with me because I had to reload this stuff. Just literally give me 2 minutes and I have it all ready. I can't believe they did that. Everything gone. Lucky I remember it all.
You started to watch this because, as I told you, we had tens of thousands of people leave the affected areas in China and walk through airports completely unscanned for scanning them. But as we mentioned, that's ineffective when you have an incubation period of 5 days like we've got.
Hours before you wake up, or looking at labs here, blazing predators, is that only 1 point
compromise. Young people, you need to be aware of this. Please study this. Understand years of clinic
of a bio warfare. 50
jumping, not just on what's called first generation. That's where I got it from the snake. I gave it to you. That's one genre. Compromise. Young people, you need to be aware of this. Please study this. Understand what your measures can be. that you can take around this. Come by Peak Prosperity. We've got a great report there.
All right, good. Good. This guy's good. Here we go. All right, cool. This was a very interesting site I came across. I should be able to remember like the really important ones. All right. So I got this on me right now. Okay. All right, guys. Let's do this. Oh, that's my own video. All right. Don't need that. This guy I found to be very informative, and I'm gonna play some of him for you. In fact, you know what? Let me see.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chris Martinson, CEO of Peak Prosperity, and I'm here with a really important message for you about the coronavirus, the Wuhan virus that's come through, the new coronavirus.
This guy actually, he doesn't mind that his
animal
material
influenza virus circulating in domesticated.
All right, guys. Now, he's gonna go through basically everything he's talked about before this. I've already touched on, but he's gonna go through what makes a pandemic, and there's different phases. There's phase 1, there's phase 2, there's phase 3, and you can read them. And he's gonna not just read them, but he'll explain them as he goes. And it's very interesting and very important to know what phase we're in, so that you know what to look out for, so that you know when we've entered the new phase. Now, mind you, this was from 2 days ago, this particular stream, and he had another stream yesterday and another stream today. And this guy, he is a scientist out of Duke University who this is what he does for a living. So and then after we do some of his material, which is amazing, by the way, while he's doing that, I'll be loading up some of my stuff and we'll just continue the show. Like I said, one-stop shopping. Every single thing you need to know about this will be in one video. And I'm pissed that they took down all the tabs like that. But the one thing I'm happy about is the stream didn't end, so it continues, and I could just it's aggravating, but I think they underestimate my will. So first, let me full screen this. First, yes, yeah, it is. He's not gone, I promise. He's still here. Why? Who you guys? What's wrong? Oh, you know what? I'm thinking it's YouTube, but you think YouTube would make sure to end the stream. But I'm telling you, there's some people who really hate me and this channel. And but I didn't mention any of them. So let's see what some of you guys are saying. Oh yeah, and anyone that has to go to sleep, don't worry. When you wake up, there's going to be probably, I would say it's 1:41. I'm probably gonna end up going another 2 hours. I probably have that much more material. I could probably actually go 3 more hours, but I'm gonna try to condense it into two, which is why I'm doing this now because it's more time consuming. I can't rush his words except by rushing my words right now and playing it. So check this out. Everything that he's talked about so far, I've touched on. Even in part two, there'll be a lot that I touched on. Even in his part three, there'll be a lot I touched on. But I know that I on purpose didn't talk about the phases because he does a very good job of talking about the phases of an epidemic. Anyone just coming back, welcome back. Yep, they don't like us talking about this. And as soon as I mentioned Bill and Melinda Gates, boom, all of a sudden everything went blank. My computer screen went black. I'm like, did I run out of battery? And so I plugged in the charger. But look, it's full battery. There's no reason that should have happened. Every single tab went down, including the StreamYard tab, but it stayed live. It just went black. So when I pulled it back up, here we are. So, they can mess with it, but they ain't gonna stop us. This is gonna be one-stop shopping. Everything you need to know about the coronavirus up until today or tonight. After that, it'll be easier. Then I could just add any new information that isn't disinformation or people making reaches and all that. I like to stick to facts, but with a story like this and information coming out of China, I do have to fill the holes a little bit. And to do that, that's why it required so much research so that you actually have a grip on it to be able to confidently fill those holes. And so far, I think it's been a nothing but fact show. It gets a little crazy when we talk about Bill and his wife, but I just want to put that out there, and I'm just going to say, in my opinion, there's a chance of this. But for now, let's stick to the facts and continue and hear it from an actual scientist that does this for a living. Like I said, you don't have to watch the beginning of what he is up here. We've already covered all that, and it's not needed. It's overkill. But as far as the phases, I would rather he describe that than me. Let me just make sure. Oh, okay. Hold on. Share screen. Okay.
Or wild animals is known to have caused infection in humans and is therefore
That's
considered a
phase one.
specific potential pandemic threat. Oops, cross that one out. We're way past that one. How about phase three? Have we made it to phase three? That's where an animal or human animal influenza and is therefore considered a specific potential pandemic. Virus circulating in domesticated or wild animals is known to have caused infection.
I just want to get to when he starts the pandemic.
Cause infection in humans. Cross that one out. Phase two. An animal influenza virus circulating in domesticated or wild animals is known to have caused infection in humans and is therefore considered a specific potential pandemic threat. Oops, cross that one out. We're way past that one. How about phase three? Have we made?
Now, when he says cross that one out, I wish he used a better term. What he means is, well, we've already reached that point. So basically, number one was no animal influenza virus circulating among animals has been reported to cause infection in humans. Well, we know that humans got this infection from animals. Now, if the animals potentially got it from a biolab, that makes it a lot more interesting and is extremely viable in my opinion. But sticking to the facts, that did happen. Phase two, like he's saying, animal flu virus circulating in domesticated wild animals known to have caused infection in humans and is therefore considered a specific potential pandemic threat. And we know that that happened as well. And I'll let him take it from there.
We made it to phase 3. That's where an animal or human-animal influenza reassortant virus, and that's what we have here, remember, bat, snake, human, has caused sporadic cases or small clusters of disease in people, but has not resulted in human-to-human transmission sufficient to sustain community-level outbreaks. Cross that one off because we're way past phase 3. We're here at phase 4 on this pandemic checklist where human-to-human transmission of an animal or human-animal
like
influenza
2-3 days
virus able to sustain community-level outbreaks has been verified. That's where we are. We have verification now of human-to-human jumping, not just on what's called first generation. That's where I got it from the snake. I gave it to you.
I explained this. I explained this.
Then you gave it to somebody else. That's a second generation. They give it to somebody else. That's a third generation. We now have hard evidence of fourth generation jumps. That means we have met all the criteria for this to be a full-blown pandemic. And to get to phase 5, this is where extreme measures get put in place, including things like bans on travel, complete shutdowns of locations.
Like I said, this was days ago. So, yeah, we're at phase 5 at least. So, yeah. Put a check mark next to phase 5 as well. And I would argue 5th generation. Now that, when they took their temperature at the airport, they're getting sick here in the States and all over the world from China.
To traveling in and out, something like the China quarantines, but sometimes at the nation state level. Phase 5 would be the same identified virus has caused sustained community level outbreaks in 2 or more countries in a WHO region.
Now that hasn't exactly happened yet. One could argue, well, look at how many are in the US. Look how many are all over the globe. Well, when they say sustained community level outbreaks, that means like, it's in my community, it's in your community. It might not be rampant, but we all have at least one person, 1 or 2 people with it in our communities or hospitals. That would be the next step. We're not there yet, supposedly. I think we would know it if we are, because too many nurses would be talking. I've heard of doctors quitting. So we are not at phase 5, but we haven't completed phase 5. But we have finished phase 4, entering phase 5.
That may have already happened by the time you started to watch this, because, as I told you, we had tens of thousands of people leave the affected areas in China and walk through airports completely unscanned for 20 days.
This is what I was talking about.
Recently, they started scanning them, but as we mentioned.
Yeah. So, by the way, not only were they scanned recently, but for 20 days, they had infected people going on airplanes out of China, including Wuhan, where this all started, including that airport. They had people going out of that airport unchecked. They didn't even take temperature. They could have been day 10 on their deathbed and gotten on a plane for 20 days. Then they take your temperature. So then, that only rules out the people who have been infected for a week or longer. If you've only been affected less than a week, then guess what? Wherever you're going, it's spreading. And when we're talking about a place as populated as China, that's bad news. So I forgot to mention that, because we're talking all the way back. The first guy was December 1st. It really started getting other people sick, because you got to think about how long it takes. We're talking a 9 to 14 day period until someone, it's about 2 weeks until someone can be confirmed sick. So it really wasn't until, the the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, the people start getting sick. Then another 14th, you know. Then we come to towards the end of the month where we are now, more people sick, you know. That's like confirmed, like, and that's like giving it a whole 2 weeks. I mean, this could be as short as 5 days, and then boom, you know, you spread it right then and there, and you're also confirmed within a day or two of that 5 days. So it could be 7 days and you're confirmed. I'm adding an extra week in there just because sometimes people don't go to the hospital right away. You know, sometimes things take time. And also, the real reason I'm doing it is because the Chinese government was covering this up for a long time. Hence, 20 days of knowing that they had a pandemic, yet they didn't want to shut the ports. They didn't want to lose the money. And they're coming up on the biggest travel time in China's whole year. So this week coming up, this next week, it's the biggest travel time for Chinese people. And they'll probably be a lot more strict because of that. But guess what? Cat's out of the bag, and it's too late. It's going to now be on all of those countries that we saw, whether they were red or blue or whatever. All right? Even if they were blue, they will be red soon. And the ones that aren't colored at all, they'll be colored as soon as well. I mean, all it takes is one confirmed case to make your country turn red. It's just a matter of how well we deal with it. And no matter how well we would deal with it, it's the third world countries that are going to screw it up for everyone else. They just don't have the resources nor the power to pull off such a thing. They can't even control their country, let alone control a pandemic that's airborne
when you have it.
and goes on surfaces for up to 28 days in warm climates. I mean, it's more than just people you have to contain. You have to disinfect. You have to quarantine so that they touch as little places as possible. And anywhere they've gone, nobody can go there for about a month. I mean, that is a logistical nightmare. And all it takes is one person not to tell you every little thing or forget, and boom, you have a whole new group of infected people going around not knowing they're infected, infecting others. Anyways, let's continue with this.
An incubation period of 5 days like we've got. And during that incubation period, as a reminder, no fever, no aches, no chills, no anything that feels fluish. You feel fine, but you're carrying that particular virus particle. So this is something old people, immunocompromised, young people, you need to be aware of this. Please study this, understand what your measures can be that you can take around this. Come by Peak Prosperity. We've got a great report there for people who want to go deeper and understand what you can do to protect yourself. Some of it's pretty simple. Wash your hands, get not just a surgical mask, but
it's called the N95. And in particular, you want to get the N95 with the ventilator. All right. So I'll be showing you guys that exact mask as well. It's like a painter's mask. You know, people who work for the government would wear it, except they would have it like basically fitted to their face. Now, we don't have that luxury, but you want to get one that's the right size. You know, just and it's pretty good about covering. If you're a man, taking into consideration your beard, if it really gets bad, I would consider, don't take my word on this. Let me look it up first. But in my head, it would make sense to shave the beard and then put it on and have it nice and snug on your face. But let me look it up. Maybe the beard actually helps. But common sense tells me it would be better not to have the beard and have it snug on your face. But you want the one with the ventilator. You want that. That's just for comfortable reasons, and it's a lot safer too.
95 masks, things like that.
N95
but
mask.
you really need to start taking this seriously. And
that's for you, Novell. The N95 mask. That is the number one place you start. Now, one thing that they've been finding also in China is that, hey, these masks, for some reason, with some of the doctors, they were getting sick despite having the best masks. Well, then they came to find out, oh, when it's airborne and you're around a lot of infected people, it can actually get in your eyes. So if you are in a highly concentrated, what I would call a red zone, sick zone, or work with sick people, or just, if where you live, it's high risk. I would imagine big cities in California would be a huge risk. But then again, really any major city, any hospital period. What they're actually doing in China now is they're wearing goggles, and I will show you the type of goggles that are effective against this as well. And then beyond that, we're going to talk about some prepping, some ideas you guys might not have thought about. There's a bunch of great prep channels, but we're talking basics. We're talking food. We're talking water. We're talking protection. We're talking, ways to purify water. We're going to get into all of it.
We're going to be on top of this. So again, I'm Chris Martinson. Thank you for listening, and please come by Peak Prosperity and check out the material we got for you. It's
a little
really
bit outdated. Great information though. Now we're gonna go to the one from yesterday. It might actually be, since it's after midnight, unless you're on the West Coast or Mountain Time as well. I guess it would still be yesterday, but you know what I mean. So let's see. Hold on. All right, update number 2. Actually, no, there's only one more. I'm sorry. That was update number 2. The first update, it was like, oh no, wait. No, this is another one. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Chris Martinson, CEO of Peak Prosperity, here with another coronavirus update for you. Today is January 25th. It's Saturday. It's probably about 5 o'clock in the afternoon here. All day long, I've been looking for new information. And here's what we've got. Let me tell you this by the numbers. So this is coming out of China now. There are 1,370
These
cases.
Numbers have gone way up,
deaths,
as you saw by that map
saying,
alone.
28 cases confirmed in 10 countries. Get to that in a second. And now 30 cities or provinces have launched the highest emergency response level. That's level 1. That means no.
Now, mind you, those numbers came out of China, which is why the number of cured almost matched the number of deaths. And then the next day, or unless it was the day prior, the numbers didn't change at all. How's that possible? In a disease that progresses like this, it either gets way worse or better. It doesn't stay the same. That's how you know they were fudging the numbers. So take those numbers with a grain of salt. And remember, it's been about, he said 5 o'clock on a set. So, it's been a good, 31 hours or so since he was saying these words. Those numbers have gone way up, and they were never accurate in the first place. The numbers are higher than that, much higher.
No travel in or out of 30 major areas, including, let's turn to this right now. Dan, bring this up. Look at this. This is from a Richard Kai saying, Beijing just declared a first level emergency response. All interstate transportation services going in and out of Beijing are suspended beginning tomorrow.
We talked about
so
that.
I can only imagine the rush that's going on.
And it said beginning tomorrow. That was today.
The city off for one of two reasons. One, the virus hasn't made it there yet, and they're trying to stop it.
Or to keep it
there, and now they can't have it spread any further. I think it's the former. We don't know that yet at this point in time. So
actually, I disagree. I think it's
right now.
I think it's to keep them in, not to keep it out. But that's just an opinion, not a fact.
These figures don't stand up for me because that 1,371 cases, that's the same number I had last night. Here
Yeah,
it is,
see?
12 hours later, same number of cases. It's frozen.
This is what I was talking
And
about.
China's going out and
this is on
stopping
Saturday.
all transport in and out of Beijing. I mean, whatever your local biggest city is, if you're in the United States, whether it's Los Angeles or New York or it's London because you're in the UK,
We went over this.
think about your largest city, multiply it by 2, and then think about blocking all transport in or out of that city.
You actually multiply it by a lot more than 2, unless it's New York or LA. Maybe multiply it by 3 for Chicago. You know what I mean?
And how long do you think that can be sustained? A day, 2 days, 3 days? Look, these viruses take time to burn through. I am encouraged by the fact that we're not seeing a reported explosion in the number of cases. That's very positive.
But it's out of
We've
China.
seen a little bit
You
of
can't trust the
transmission human to human
numbers.
outside of China, but I haven't seen the cases show up like I thought. So getting back to it, we see in Thailand 5 confirmed cases. Australia has 4, Japan 3, Singapore 3, France 3, Malaysia 3. Not bad.
Now, mind you, again, I'm going to keep reminding you, this was on Saturday. As we saw the map that was updated 3 hours ago at the time when I showed it, it's about 4 hours ago now. Basically, the whole map is either confirmed or to 5 or 6 now. And it's not just 5 or 6 countries. It was, I mean, what was it? Probably, I don't know, around number, I'll say like 30 countries, maybe a little bit more, because some of them were smaller countries. Probably like 30 to 40 countries were listed as of 4 hours ago. So he's trying to be optimistic here, but it's just China's misleading numbers. And like you said before, those 20 days with people traveling, and then, you know, every day that goes by, more people are infected. And then eventually they started taking people's temperatures. But, you know, that only works if you've been infected longer than a week. Potentially, you know, longer than 5 days. But I mean, if you were infected less than 5 days, you definitely pass the test. If you were infected 5 or 6 days, you might pass the test. You know, it's when you hit the 7-day period or more that you're not going to pass that test no matter what. But when you have that many people, I don't like those odds. And the map speaks for itself. That's not some map from some, fanmonger site. That is a legitimate map with actual figures. So what he's saying right now, it's not the case, unfortunately. Like I said, this is over 30 hours ago.
So that's actually really hopeful at this point in time. Maybe this thing isn't spreading quite as wildly as we thought. On the other side, we do have some emerging data that says, what is the R naught of this? Again, that's the transmissivity of this. How easily does it spread? How virus-like is it?
We talked about this, the R naught number, the 1.0, anything above 1.0 will spread. Anything over like 2.5 or 3.0 or really above 3.5 is really bad. Last number I saw was 3.8. Let's see where it was at Saturday around 5.
And when we look at that data, it's a little bit of kerfuffle about, is it 3.8, is it 2.5? A lot of feathers got ruffled.
Wow.
It doesn't really matter whether it's 2.5 or 3.8. This is a very infectious disease.
That's bad.
More than capable of creating a pandemic. The way you stop that, of course, is with complete cessation of people interacting with each other. Really gripping video that came out today of Hubei in China, somebody driving right up a big city street.
And this is a good point. This is a major city, yet you don't see a soul. And everyone thought it was creepy. When in reality, that is what you want to see. You want to see that people are not out and about doing their business. Because if they're out and about, that's more places infected, more people infected, and less people taking this serious. So it doesn't mean that they're all dead. It means they're all hunkered down, quarantined, and sticking to themselves with their protective gear on, hopefully. So it's actually a good sight to see these ghost cities. that only a month ago, actually only even a couple of weeks ago, because of the lying of the government in China, were bustling cities.
It's just deserted. It looks like one of those ghost town movie sets that Hollywood would show after, the day of the Walking Dead's about to start. Just nobody seen. That's how you stop something like this. People go dark. They go and they hide out. The concern I have is that lasts as long as the food or water in those homes or apartments. So we'll see how long this can.
And that's something we didn't get to that I was about to get to. Is we got to a little bit talking about imports, exports, but people are not just going to sit around and be quarantined if there's no food coming in, no water coming in. It's a natural human instinct to survive, especially if even if you're infected, there's a chance you can live, unless you're very old, very young, or very bad immune system. There's a chance you can live. So you're going to make sure that you have water and give yourself that chance. Because if you have water, then that, and sufficient nutrition, that will increase your chances and help your immune system.
Can last, but for now, encouraging that the numbers haven't been vaulting up, but I'm suspicious about that because of the fact that Beijing just went under a level 1 emergency on this whole thing. So that's where we're at right now. We're still continuing to follow this. If you come by Peak Prosperity, we've got another report up today in there from our own member, Sand Puppy. Big shout out to you, big guy. He put up a beautiful list he's an ER professional, about what he would do and what he thinks everybody should do should the pandemic come to where you are, steps you should take, and you should really be
prepared. And we'll be going over that.
Treat as much as possible at home. Don't go to the hospital was his advice unless you really.
Don't go to the hospital unless you are extremely sick. You're dying. There's ways to if you're infected, you don't want to get your family members infected, but let's say you live alone or you and your whole family are infected. There's no vaccine for it. And at that point, I don't even know if it would help you. And but I do have a feeling that there's one coming down the pike. And that could be what this is all about. I mean, it seems to be a little bit extreme way to get there. But that is something people are worried about. I will report that as a fact. People are worried about a forced V in the shot. You know what I mean?
You have to. That's something I think people in China are already discovering. As well, you got to prepare for this. Food, water, the basics. We have a nice list there of things you should consider. And it's just basic precautions. Listen, we all hope this is going to blow over. Probably will. We don't know that for sure yet. So buy the food, buy the water, buy the provisions, and then later we all laugh about it and you can donate them, but you're going to feel much better having those in your house.
That's
so that
true.
would be my advice right now. We're still tracking this. It's changing. I reserve the right, of course, to change my opinion about everything.
And I think he's about to, because some of the stuff he said in that stream turned out things got way worse by the next day.
If I get new data tonight, because that's our commitment. We change when the data changes.
And that's my commitment as well. I'm not married to any ideas. I'm not married to anything I said unless it's a fact. But I'm going to go
everyone. Chris Martinson of Peak
where the
Prosperity
facts
here with
take me.
another coronavirus update for you. It's Sunday, January 26, 2020.
His demeanor is already different.
A lot of data came in overnight, so let's get right to it. I'm going to start with by the numbers. So the data that I had this morning when I got up, and it was here through this morning, was that China had confirmed cases of 2,070 infections, 37 of those overseas. I'm going to get to that in a minute. I think that's a real low ball. There were 56 deaths recorded. I'm sure that's higher by now. Cured was 49 as of these. Human-to-human transmission confirmed. Of course, we went through that yesterday.
We know that.
And the health experts are saying that they think this really has the potential to migrate. Yeah, obviously. So we've seen that with the shutting down of Beijing for traffic in and out. Level 1 emergency. In fact, safe to say almost all of China is now in lockdown, at least from a number standpoint. It's really astonishing how quickly this is spread. So I said I was going to get back to those numbers in a minute. Now, here's the thing. If there are only...
Think about it. Only the day before he was talking about, it seems like they might have this under control. Now he's
2,000
talking
cases. And
about
I'm using the
it's amazing how quick it has spread. It shows you what one day can do. And he's still working with numbers where you don't know how true they are. All you know is that the real numbers are a lot higher than what you got. It's just a question of how much higher.
the word only, not to minimize it, but in the sense that with 2,000 cases and a 10% case complication rate,
Can't trust that
you're
number.
looking at about 200 people who are going to be critically ill looking for serious bedding in maybe an ICU bed in a hospital. So I went over and I looked at Wuhan as a city district. And by the way, not all 2,000 cases are in Wuhan, but let's pretend they were. Let's pretend Wuhan had to come up with 200 beds. This is a city of 11 million people. The hospitals I located, there are about 49,000 beds, give or take, available in Wuhan. Does it feel right to you that 200 people in needing ICU beds, would that be enough to swamp the hospitals like everything we've seen before the flood of data started to drop?
Exactly. So they're saying 200 people looking for. Yet, we're gonna go through some pictures, and what we're seeing in these pictures are wall to wall people, and you heard that. There are 49,000 beds in each hospital in Wuhan. I mean, this is like the heartland city of China. It's like almost dead center China, big city. Each hospital has 49,000 beds, yet they have people wall to wall standing and sitting, sick, infected, looking to get better. And the numbers they're putting out are 200. I mean, are you kidding me? And that was across all of China, not just Wuhan. So right there just tells you these numbers not only just low, they are ridiculously low. China has handled this horrible since the beginning when they knew about it and did nothing and let everyone travel at will, to their great idea of screening people that only works unless you've been infected for longer than a week or longer. And then now telling the world fake numbers. I mean, that's what drives my theory of the potential of this being a type of bio warfare. We have hurt their economy so bad. They know Trump's going to get another election. What brought Japan to war? When we messed with this, when we messed with their when we put when we cut them off from the oil and we messed up their economy, they had no choice but war. That's how they look at things. That's how they go about war. You put them in a place where their country is going to dwindle into nothing and go bankrupt, especially when they had such prosperity not too long ago.
Dry up and no longer be coming out of Wuhan.
Something like this can happen,
what were we seeing
and not by accident. Now, I'm not saying that's a fact. That's just a observation that could be true. Do I think it's true? Probably not, but I definitely don't rule it out.
A couple days ago, hallways swamped with patients. We saw the dead and very sick lying in the hallways. We saw hundreds of people in the lobbies, all with their face masks, desperately trying to get in for treatment. That doesn't feel like 2,000 cases and a couple of hundred serious complications to me. What takes my BS meter and puts it into orange, at least, so it feels better? I'm thinking 10 times that number. So are we talking about 20,000 cases rather than 2,000? Or are we talking about a case serious fatality and incident rate that's a lot higher than we've been told? One of those two things has to be true, or I don't believe these numbers, because 2,000, this just doesn't fit right.
It doesn't make sense. This is a smart man.
Moving on. Let's get to some good news in this whole thing. First, Right, Chinese medical experts are saying right now that there is no evidence of mutations. So that's good. Why? Because when a virus mutates, it's already deadly enough. There's a chance it could mutate into something more harmful. Either it's
exactly. Now that we've seen that happen with other things, and when it mutates, all of a sudden you have a cure, but then it learns to mutate to get around how you treat it, and before you know it, it's not only mutated, but it's stronger, and your treatments that have been working now not only don't work, but in fact they that's the whole point. It mutates around the treatments and becomes much stronger, much harder to treat. And we see that actually with common diseases. We've seen mutations happening a lot, especially because of the overuse of antibiotics. It's gotten to the point where if you've taken a lot of antibiotics in your life, you know, this isn't exactly a mutation, but it's kind of like the same idea. It's not going to work right. And even if you haven't taken a bunch of antibiotics in your life, the virus that you picked up has learned to be, you know, not susceptible like it used to be to these antibiotics, and it doesn't affect it and help you. And you might have to try like a 2 courses, kind of hit it from 2 angles. In fact, that had to happen with me when I lost half a lung one time. Yeah, I lost half a lung, and they actually hit it from 3 angles with 3 of them just to be sure, because of these mutations. So that's something I have personal experience with, actually.
spreads more easily, or it's got a higher incidence of case fatality or serious complications. That's what happened with the Spanish flu. There was a first wave that went around the world. It was bad, but not as bad as the second wave, which had a mutation in it that made it a lot more lethal. So good sign, no mutations there. However, we do have this idea, Dan, show this, that the coronavirus now spreads before symptoms show. This is confirmed now. We talked about it a couple days ago as probably true. In fact, it was true then. But now we have the official confirmation of it. It spreads even before it's symptomatic. And this is a big deal. And now they don't even know. They started to say, is it 5 days asymptomatic? Could it be 10? There's a lot of uncertainty. This data is going to change, but for sure, this thing is spreadable.
So the days might have changed. They might have gotten higher. I was saying 5 days, maybe 6, real healthy. About the 7th day, you're probably starting to definitely get them 7, you know, a week or longer, like I said. Now they're saying it could go as high as 10. Well, that doubles the potential for that person on that plane to be carrying the virus. If it's in fact can go up to 10 days, that literally doubles the chances of somebody being infected and not getting caught by the screening. Now, before the screening, it doesn't matter. Anyone infected, not infected, doesn't matter. They all got on planes and went and infected wherever they went. But since they've started this taking people's temperature thing, you know, 5 days, 10 days, that's double the amount of time that you can get away with being infected and not knowing it, or not showing symptoms that can be detected. Now that I haven't watched this particular video yet, so that is very interesting and quite scary.
Symptoms. Now that sets it apart from a lot of people said, Chris, how does this compare to SARS? That was the big scare that came back earlier in the 2000s. Remember, SARS, one of the things that's different about it is, first, it didn't spread easily between people with the exception of super spreaders. So there were a few people that really spread the SARS around. So that's one difference. But But the second thing was SARS really wasn't transmissible until symptoms started to show. That makes it so much more easy to contain.
That's what
right?
makes it so much
And
worse.
so let's look at this right now.
You know, with
moving on.
SARS, there's no question. If someone goes to board a plane, they either have SARS or they don't. They know it 100%. So think about it. Once they know that SARS exists, they can make it a 100% success rate of stopping people from traveling and quarantining them. Whereas with this, what makes this so deadly, and this is what I tried to stress, I probably stressed it about 10 times now. And for anyone new, that's why I keep stressing it. And I'm really just trying to drive it home. That's what really separates this from anything we've seen before. Not only is it new to humans, it's never been in humans before, that we know of at least. Also, we have no antibodies because it's never been in humans that can fight it, which makes it so susceptible. But most of all, you do not have symptoms for what we thought was, up to 5 or 6 days, up to 7 potentially, maybe. And it might even be higher than that with his new information. That's what makes this something that can spread wildly, as we saw with the new map, which came out about, by the way, probably 4 hours after this transmission. Anywhere from 4 to 7 hours. I don't know if he's on East Coast, West Coast. Seems like West Coast, but yeah, it's probably more like 7 hours.
CNN has an opinion piece up which says the World Health Organization should sound the alarm on the Wuhan
and they
coronavirus
still
that came
haven't.
out, this morning. No, they should have.
They should have a long time ago. It's too late now. It's too late now. They already missed the opportunity. To this day, why would it? The World Health Organization, what are they there for if nothing more than the potential deadliest pandemic to come to man since the Spanish flu? Maybe even more deadly because we have air travel now. Actually, definitely more deadly because we have air travel now, not just people coming on ships. What are they thinking? What is their agenda? What are they really up to? Is this the Georgia Guidestone thing? And when I say that, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, they left some guides written in stone, and one of them is keep the population at 500,000 people. You know what that is? Well, I'm sorry, it might be 500 million. I'll have to look it up, either 500,000 or 500 million. But that's an extremely low population compared to the Earth. I believe it's actually 500,000, but it could be 500 million. But I'm pretty sure it's 500,000, which is like ridiculous. 500 million. Think of it. Let's say it's 8 billion. So that's 500 going to 2. So that's if it's 500. Let's just say 500 million. What would it be? So that would be 2. So 16. So 1/16. All right. So you take that. That means 15 out of 16 people die. Now you take that a step further, and if it's 500,000, then you add a 0. And you know what that means? That would mean basically, actually, I'm sorry. Oh, my math. That would mean that it's 15, 16, the same as that. So actually it would be, oh, wow. So it would be like more like, instead of only 1 out of every 16 live, it would basically be 1 out of every 160 actually be 3 down. So no, not 160, it would be 1,600. So 1 out of every 16,000 or 1 out of every 160,000. I mean, that's basically like everyone dying. So I hope it's the 500 million number, not the 500,000, but I think it might be that 500,000 number. I'll look it up after.
On that particular verbiage. This is a very late opinion. Of course, the World Health Organization, the cat's already out of the bag on this whole thing. Yeah. They've really been derelict. And you know, my complaint
What's their point?
Is that they were pretending they were the World Trade Organization, not the Health Organization. Yeah. They were like, well, we're concerned about the impact of global trade if we declare a public health emergency. Not their job. They're supposed to be about public health. So, yeah, big ding on that.
More worried about money.
We're seeing now, in the absence of a coordinated global response, individual places are starting to take charge of this. So Japan, ruling party came out and said full-scale border control measures are needed to prevent spread of the Wuhan coronavirus. So the legislature in Japan is saying, let's close our borders. We're seeing the same thing coming out of Hong Kong now, where the doctors in Hong Kong have said that they will go on strike on February 3rd if the border isn't closed.
Well,
and Hong Kong is a really densely packed place.
Yeah, Hong Kong would be
coronavirus
screwed.
Gets there, and let's hope it hasn't already.
I mean, there's like a long bridge, and you know what?
Really spreads through the pop.
I don't know if Hong Kong's gonna last without it spreading at least to a point. And they're so densely populated, more than anywhere else in China. That, oh man, that would be so bad. They're right there. They're surrounded by China. I mean, they have the water on one side. That's at least a good thing. But they are a port city as well. Yeah, that would be bad. If Hong Kong gets hit, that's bad.
Population.
And China might not be exactly, looking out for them number one over, let's say, Beijing.
And they have to go through Wuhan-style closure of the city. This could be really devastating for Hong Kong. And as a nexus of world trade and finance, who knows, very, very large impacts if that happens. But already, this is something you need to be aware of. Hong Kong has declared an emergency and has a 2-week school closure. So for everybody who's listening to this, if you're in a place where the coronavirus comes or has already come, you have the chance of having your kids be sent home because the schools are all closed, which makes sense. It's a good public measure. You know how kids spread germs with each other, right? I'm a parent. Everybody who's been a parent knows those kids, their saliva is already half virus particles by weight in the first place. So it makes a lot of sense to close the schools down. But think of the impact on your life around that if that happens, particularly for people who are already living on the edge. Paycheck to paycheck, this could be a really big impact on their life. So now, Dan, I want you to bring this up. Look at this chart. This is showing so far of the very few reported cases of deaths, what the age spread is. And all the legends and everything are in Chinese, but you can make sense of it, right? These are broken down into 10-year age bands. And it looks like 60 to 70, 70, 80, 80 to 90, those bands get really walloped by this thing. That's where most of the deaths that have occurred so far. And that's a big concern.
According to that chart, nobody has died under the age of 30. I find that hard to believe because, like they said, it's the very old and the very young. I could see, 20-something-year-olds, being able to fight it and coming close to death but living. It wouldn't be a good time, but when you start talking about infants, 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, there would be a death. I don't trust anything I see out of China. The way they've handled this, the way the World Health Organization's handled this, I mean, it's disgusting. It just shows you they don't care about us. They do not care about the people. I mean, we knew that about China, but the World Health Organization, they cared more about trade than they do the people's health. A pandemic like this, where you don't even have symptoms and you can be cleared to travel the world. I mean, it might get to the point where nobody can travel, but by then it might be too late. I don't want to scare people. This is probably like the most most doom and gloom I've spoken in the history of my channel, but that's only because of the research I've done.
To a country like China, which has an enormous proportion of people over the age of 60, Japan, ditto, same for the United States, Europe as well. So there are a lot of countries for whom this illness could hit really hard. But I want to compare that chart now to this particular statement that just came out. This was from the Chinese minister at the head of the National Health Council. This is Ma Xiaohui, said on Sunday that the ability of new coronavirus to spread seems to be increasing. This is, again, we don't have solid data around this, but it was already transmissive, seems to be increasing. So that's a statement that says either it's already mutated or something else is happening, or now the official data is starting to catch up with reality. And that's creating the appearance of an increase. So let's hope it's that it's not actually increasing.
You know what? I bet you that's what it is.
This was the part that really concerned me. He also went on to say that it also seems that, quote, the danger that the virus poses to people of different age categories is shifting. So everything I just showed you in that chart, which shows you that the 60 and up crowd
sounds like a mutation.
Is really most vulnerable to this particular virus. This statement, I'm going to have to follow this up in the next few days because this one concerns me. If it's shifting,
that's
the only
mutation.
way it can shift is down because it's already at the top end of the scale.
Yeah.
So that needs to be decoded, and we need to figure that one out.
Yeah,
now,
that would represent a mutation. So he was talking about no mutation. That would represent some type of mutation, or it getting stronger in some way. Or it would just mean that it's like, I don't know, it's like you have more horses in the race, for lack of a better term. Like instead of 20,000 infected, you have 200,000 infected. Well, now your chances of people dying under a certain age are going to go up. It could just be as simple as that. The fact that it is spreading and not decreasing. That much is clear.
Here's the thing. In the Wall Street Journal, this was on Friday. So this issue of the Wall Street Journal, below the fold, we have a nice little article here that reads, "Response to virus stirs Chinese anger." And in here, they make a couple of points. First, absolutely, the Chinese authorities in Wuhan, they messed up big time. They held a 40,000 person buffet.
But you know what? The American media isn't exactly doing a great job of covering this. I mean, think about this. Most of what you've heard on here, did you hear it on the mainstream media? No, they're too busy talking about other things. And, of course, Kobe. I mean, that would be a huge story anytime. But when you have a pandemic like this, I mean, like I said, I had 20 stories on CNN and 20 stories on Fox News. They both only had one covering this. When this is a potential like worldwide changing killer that can also affect every aspect of life, from trade to everything. All of a sudden, you're not getting your food. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself and start scaring people, but I'm just saying it's progressing and increasing. Until I start seeing a decrease, I'm going to sound the alarm because that's my job as a truther.
When they knew all about like this disease is already like swamping their hospitals. 40,000 people in a buffet eating together, hopefully not coughing on the buffet table. You know how this goes, right? So the people were really mad. Like, why did you continue to hold that? That was a stupid decision. No question, full stop about that. And the Wall Street Journal goes on to opine a little bit here, and they say it is also the Chinese government is also facing questions about the pace at which the outbreak was confronted. Well, I got to show you something here now. Dan, pull this up. This is from Flight Tracker. What we're looking at here is the flight schedule of airlines leaving Wuhan. Not Beijing, but Wuhan itself. These are just the flights out on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And you can see here there's flights leaving on Sunday going all over Asia.
I thought they stopped them.
A Moscow airport.
Wait, hold on a second. I thought they stopped the flights out of Wuhan. So there's still flights coming out of ground zero? And look how many. And look where they're going. Basically around China. Maybe they meant no international flights. Although, let me see. Yeah, maybe they meant no international flights. So there's still flights going out, but then where they're going, like for instance, let's see, was what like Shanghai. If they're flying into Shanghai International, well, guess where they're going after that? The rest of the world, anywhere in the world, out of Shanghai International, Shanghai, Hongqiao International Airport.
There are still flights leaving, and in the United States, in Australia, in Europe.
You gotta be kidding me.
What are they doing? Well, people get off of these planes and these flights straight from ground zero, and they take a little temperature reading. And if you don't have the fever, you come in. But remember where we started.
Yep. Don't forget the most important thing with this virus, the incubation / latency period. And it might actually be longer than we thought. This is why it's spreading the way it is. And you would think the greatest minds in the world would be all over this. Well, it looks like they're sleeping behind the wheel. And I know that there's a lot of smart people in this world that are capable of figuring out what, me or some guy on a laptop with a mic is figuring out, and what you at home are figuring out. So it's making me question what this is really all about more and more every day, and every report and every piece of information that goes by.
Everybody knows now that this virus transfers and transmits in an asymptomatic state. That means no fever, no chills, no febrile state, no aches and pains, nothing to even indicate to you, the carrier, that you're infected. So if you want to point fingers, Wall Street Journal, at the Chinese government and say they were ineffective, no less ineffective than all the governments that are allowing people to deplane from hotspots while only taking a temperature reading off of them. That is irresponsible in this story. Meanwhile, let's take a quick peek. Dan, pull this up. Look at this.
So it's not just America that has this lame screening technique. That's what they're doing in the U.S. So guess what? Whatever your local airport, mine, Logan Airport, Boston. When someone's coming in, you know what they do? They put a little temperature thing to their head. And I was going to say, if it's been over a week, then they'll catch them. Been under a week, then guess what? They're infecting Boston. And the thing is, the reason these confirmations are coming in more and more is because, think about it, you get infected, it's only going to take so long until you start showing the symptoms. And then that's still just you. And then the person you infected, it's going to take anywhere from a week to, we've heard, as high as 10 days for them to show symptoms. So we're talking almost up to 2 weeks until, what we would call the 5th generation, which is the people here in the U.S. getting sick. Remember how it went through the first generation, second? Well, that would be the 5th generation. And and it sounds like this thing's getting stronger, or maybe it's just spreading wider and seems stronger because there's more deaths, because it's more people getting sick. And there you go. All of a sudden, you know what I mean? I'm telling you, you gotta really look at the timeline. If all these people were coming before, but there weren't as many sick. Now it's like crazy people getting sick, but they might have. A lot of people are getting through because they haven't been infected long enough. So they've been getting here for the past 4 or 5 days, right? That means that the 5th generation, us, are going to start showing. Some of them already showed. That means that they were exposed to it probably about a week ago. Maybe a little bit more if the number of 10 is right, but we'll stick to the week thing. But most of them are going to start getting sick I would say peak time, like 2 or 3 days. Every day it's going to be more and more. And then it's really one day it's going to peak for like 3 days. And I think that's going to start in about 3 days. If I'm tracking it right in my head, doing the math, as far as if somebody was to be able to travel, that means that they are less than a week. Well, that means that not too long after they're going to be showing symptoms. Yet they can make someone sick no matter what, even before they show the symptoms. But they have to be here for that to happen. So really, I'm thinking in the next 2-3 days, you're gonna see it go up, 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 and then you're gonna see a spike. And that spike is gonna continue for a few days. And then we're talking sixth generation. Because then those people who get sick, anyone they are around, including their families and work and all that, they're gonna get sick. That's when we might have to quarantine. Now that's worst case scenario, but is far from out of the question. At the rate this is going, again, this is increasing and spreading, not decreasing and contained. And until I see some decreasing and containment, and I continue to see growth and spread, I'm not comfortable.
This is a set of measures that have happened around a nearby town to Wuhan, Hubei. This town is not just closed off. We showed a picture from that yesterday of this just looks like a ghost town. But look what they're doing. They are closing all these roads off with dump trucks of rocks, sand and dirt, piles of logs. I mean, this is really makeshift.
Wow.
They're doing anything they can to just stop people from going in or out of this particular city. Again, I need you to think carefully about what that would mean if that came to a place near you. How long do you think this city is going to last? I'm sure it's fine for a couple of days. Maybe they've got 3 days of food in the supermarkets. Maybe 2 weeks in the households.
Yep.
But this state of emergency quarantine can't persist for more than 2 weeks without serious problems. People come out of their houses. They're starving. They're desperately dehydrated. Something. This is a very temporary measure, but the stopgap nature of this is really gut checking to see
I mean, even in war, we've seen,
piles of
for
dirt.
instance, in World War II, if you leave an army without food and water for 3 weeks to a month, that's it. They're done. They start dying off. Usually it's the water that gets you more than anything. You can go longer without food, but the starvation will get you maybe after one more month or even a few more weeks after that first 3-week, 4-week period. But it'll be the lack of water, and if they're closing off all ways in and out, eventually, it comes to a point where it's just a natural human instinct to survive. Even if you know you're dying, you'll do anything for that drop of water. So that's going to be a problem too. And I don't think some bricks and pebbles in the road are going to stop them from venturing out to find it.
They're meant to block people from leaving an infected area. So that's all I've got for you right now. I've got more updates coming. Well, I'm sure we'll have one tomorrow. This is breaking really fast. I'm Chris Martinson, Peak Prosperity. Stop on by. Check out what we got at the website. There's articles going up hourly there right now and a really rich conversation about this. Tracking it.
All right. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to check this. We're going to check this site out. So let me just check on you guys. We'll question everything. So here's what question is. He said it's all media hype and hearsay from what I can tell. Everybody is running with this and putting out different stories. Okay. And the first part, I don't know what you mean because I don't see media hype at all. In fact, I see media detracting from this story Media is actually reporting more about like Kobe, the impeachment, anything but this. They don't want to scare the public. They don't want to. Now, should they be telling the public? Of course. I don't know. Maybe you just got here, question everything, so it doesn't really seem too serious. But maybe you should rewind, go to the beginning of the show, and get the facts, and you might actually understand. Because I haven't seen any media hype, so I don't know what you mean there. As far as the second part of what you said, though, everybody is running with this and putting out different stories. Um, on YouTube, yes, I see a lot of people putting out different stories, which is why I felt compelled to day and night for 3 days and 3 nights not stop playing, not stop studying, so that I could inform, not with opinion, but fact. And when I do give opinion, I let you know it's opinion. Who do I trust on this? Who is my legit source? First of all, I do have a legit source. And obviously, it's the first time on my channel. I never give out my sources information. But you obviously just came. I had about 30 tabs open with, and I made sure to do it from left leaning, right leaning, overseas, middle leaning, libertarian, smaller outlets, newspapers, every single media source you could think of. Because they're not talking about it a lot, but each and every one of them has at least one time talked about it. So question everything. You know what I think you should do? Live up to your name. Or maybe you're living up to your name too much and you're going to be sitting there questioning everything when, I mean, do you not care about these people in China that are dying by the tens of thousands already? Do you not understand that these people are asymptomatic, yet at the same time, they are highly infectious? Do you not understand that this has never existed in the human body ever before? So we do not have antibodies to fight it, nor do we have a vaccine. And even if we did, I'm kind of even worried about that because maybe that's exactly the whole plan is to force one of those on you. So there's a million things I could keep going for hours like I have been and shoot down what you're saying. So I don't know, man. There's always somebody who just I don't know joins late and thinks they know what they're talking about. I suggest you rewind it. I'm not talking crap to you. I've been respectful to you. I'm listening to you. I'm reading what you're saying. I don't really understand who is my legit source. I'm not taking it personal. No. I'm not taking it personal. It's just this is very important. This is very important, and my audience, whether they are new people, people who have been around, I see a lot of new names in here. I want you guys to know the facts. I don't want you to like you said, all these channels are putting out things and they all have a different opinion or whatever to that effect. That's what I'm worried about. People running with the first little disinformation they get. Everything I've put out has been well thought out. It's been backed up and backed up. I mean, how many things that I said did he also agree with? Someone that I don't know from a hole in the wall. And he is this is what he does. He's a professor at Duke University with a degree in this field, by the way. Maybe you just need to stick around longer. Maybe you need to rewind. You have a good one though, so you're leaving. You're not worried about this at all. That's fine. That's up to you. But I'm gonna tell you this: you can watch my videos, all however many hundreds and hundreds of videos. One thing that I have never been is a fearmonger. So when I sound the alarm, you know it's on. You know that there's a reason I'm doing it. And it's not for money, obviously, not for fame, not to not to scare people, not to sell anything. I've been studying this and I'm trying to inform people. And by the way, my so-called sources, I'm also the first person, MSM or YouTube, that reported when Baghdadi got killed. The first person that got the information that QAnon had come back after 93 days of darkness. The first person who was reporting on the family, the Mormon family that was slaughtered and burned alive, some of them in Mexico, and then everyone thought that was the end of the story. But I dug deeper, and my so-called sources, as you say, ended up telling me, "Hey, there's actually still two more girls." And I said, "What are you talking about? Everyone was accounted for. There was a picture with the whole family, and they're all accounted for." They said, "I'm telling you, there's two more girls being held against their will." And that was the first time I questioned my source. And I said, "Listen, I can't just go out there and just say that out of nowhere. This story's over." But I trusted them. I went out there. I said it. The next morning, what did they find? Two women in a van with one of the shooters that also lit the fire on car with the children in it. And they had been raped for days. And that's when I realized I will never question my source again. I don't do fair porn here. So I don't know, man. Maybe you've been watching the wrong channels and you're projecting. But I'm not going to let you interrupt with that. I at least I addressed your question, and I'm not taking anything personal. What I'm worried about is, like, if there's one person like that, that means there's another. Right now there's 40 people here, and that's pretty good for 3 in the morning. But if there's one person like that, that means that there's like 7 more people like that. So I'm speaking to anyone that's new and you don't know me. I get it. I would question things too. But this has all of the makings of something that could turn out horribly wrong. And I hope that I'm wrong, obviously. Anyways, that's fine. I guess I know exactly who you are. You've been around, followed you since you called me. All right, then. Then you should know. I don't do fair porn. I don't sell things. I don't do BS. You know what I mean? I've broken a bunch of stories. I am honest. I have a bunch of sourcing and all of that. I don't know if you were here earlier. They actually shut down the whole stream along with about 40 tabs. But slowly but surely, we're going to start getting some of these tabs back. But I'm going to finish out with this particular source, I guess you could call, source of information at least. And then we're going to continue from there. I know that. Well, that's the problem. And you know what? I don't even blame you for feeling like that because the government so many times, I like what anti Gubernator just said. You know, they keep lying to us. We can never believe them. And guess what? Even in this situation, they're continuing to lie to the public. They're sitting there and they're telling the public, "Hey, listen, the numbers are way less, but it doesn't add up because there's certain formulas. For instance, the R naught number, the number that is 3.8. Last I checked, it might be as high as 4.0. Last I heard 3.8. I don't want to say higher than it is. So it was also 3.8 on Saturday though. So but it's not uncommon for those numbers to kind of stay steady. But 3.8, that is a ridiculous number. Now, does that mean it's more deadly? Just the number? No. All it means is that is the rate of spread. So if you were here earlier, what that means is if you walk into a room, it'll be basically 38. If there's one person infected, the chance of you being infected at a 3.8 is 38%. And by the way, I hate that they use the word airborne so much because it's not really it being airborne. People just picture like if I'm in the same room with the person at the same time, that's how I'm going to get sick. Well, that's misleading because it's not really like that. Really, what it is, if you go in the same room where that person's been in a colder climate for 7 days, so up here in Boston, someone could have been, let's say I go somewhere like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a public place that would make sense. I don't know, a movie theater. And I sit in the exact seat. Do you think they disinfect the seats after every movie? Of course not. And I sit there, and it's 5 days after somebody who was non-symptomatic at the time, but he's symptomatic now. And I sit like 2 seats down from it, even 2 rows down from it. It doesn't matter. I'm right there. That's how you get sick, from surfaces that, if not disinfected properly, they will carry that virus. And by the way, in order to disinfect something properly, you have to get every inch of the place, because it's airborne. And when it's airborne, it sticks to everything. I mean, we've even seen the composition of these cells, and they stick to everything. And that's how you're going to get sick, is from the surfaces being contaminated. That is how they get sick. It's not somebody in line at a restaurant that coughs. That could be the case too, but I'm just saying the likelihood is that that person coughs, eats, and leaves that infection in that restaurant for up to a week in a cold climate. Now, if you're down in Florida or South America, then you're talking like a month, up to 28 days. So that is what makes this scary. And the fact that people can spread it without symptoms. That is what makes this so unique. I mean, I don't know what's so that's not confusing to me. I don't think it's confusing to too many of you. But please don't hesitate to ask questions. That's what this is all about. I want to go through some of this. There's some great information on here. Look at this. So this is in Wuhan. So now they have had this for long enough that there's a lot of sick people there, especially in the hospitals. And the number of sick is just getting exponentially more every day. Eventually, until they run out of food and water, or they all just, I wonder, one question I have that I'd like to find out the answer to is, can you be reinfected? Like, let's say you get it and you're one of those people who live through it, you don't die. Can you then be infected again? Or is it one of those things like chicken pox? You get it once and that's it. I'm assuming it's like a chicken pox where you get it once and that's it, but I don't know that. I'd like to find that out. So, all right, let's check this out. So, an alert is only issued when events cause me to take personal actions. I am preparing for the possibility of a global pandemic that will arrive in my country. You should too. This is the sort of on-the-spot analysis and reporting that we routinely offer to our subscribers, but due to the nature of the threat, we are making it public. Update. It's a little bit old. In addition to live updates, and this is before it even got worse. Well, 124 was still, we knew it was bad, but it's been much worse since. In the comment section below, we just seen a follow-up. Okay. You see Corona, you see the crown. See all the little bumps in the crown. That's why they name it that, because of the way it looks under a microscope. January 22nd. I mean, I want to see more current news. So it's saying we are here at phase 4. However, we've actually now crossed out phase 4 and we're entering phase 5. The same identified virus has caused sustained community level outbreaks in 2 or more countries in one WHO region. Now, the 2 words that throw me off, sustained community level. So community level, that would mean like every state, every county has at least 1 or 2. We're not there yet, but we definitely have passed 4. At this point, 4 hadn't passed that level. It has now. Things get really serious at 5 and 6, which, yeah, it makes sense. I'm curious, what is 6? In addition to phase 5, which I just read, the same virus has caused sustained community level outbreaks in at least 1 other country in another WHO region. Isn't that basically the same thing as 5? In another WHO region? Oh, wait a second. So I thought there was just one World Health Organization. So apparently there's many. Well, there is one, but there's many regions within it. Okay. All right. It's contained in quotes. Early reports in the media have been underselling the severity, as we know. This is expected. For some reason, governments across the world long ago decided that, and this is very true, and I think this is the biggest reason why they're underselling it, decided that not panicking people was more important than providing timely, accurate, risk balanced information. And you know what? It was because of this type of thinking that China, and not just China, but really every country and every government has failed by having their little make it seem like they have this screening process. We're explaining to people that unless they got it within the last week, then yeah, they're coming in and spreading it. They don't mention that part. The straight up lying about the Fukushima disaster was one example. It's a good example. China lied like crazy about the SARS outbreak a number of years ago. And by the way, as we found out, the SARS outbreak, there were a few like people who were like considered like super holders, like they were extremely contagious. However, they didn't really, it wasn't. The thing is, you could 100% quarantine it easily because it only spread if you had symptoms, and if you had symptoms, it was easily detectable. So it's pretty simple. You just set up checkpoints at anywhere where someone can travel, and you just anyone who has the symptoms and it's easy to detect, they can't leave, unfortunately. Whereas in this situation, it's asymptomatic and they can leave and then they get sick later, but by then they've already infected a whole nother country. You know, you know, I'm talking about not just one person, but when you have many people go, that has the potential to really do that. All right. So some of this information is a little bit old. I'm gonna go ahead a little bit. Oh, let's see. Fight over groceries. Now that the city is under quarantine, and this is days ago. This is gonna get much, much worse. I'm trying to get more like up to date. So here's a video challenging the Chinese coronavirus data, which is basically something I've mentioned about 100 times. I mean, I strongly challenge the numbers coming out. I mean, they don't make sense. How could they be the same number 2 days in a row? They had the same numbers 2 days in a row. That's impossible. With things like this, they either dramatically increase or decrease. They don't stay the same. That makes no sense. If it's being quarantined, it will decrease because you have people dying, you have people getting better, you have people having the whole sickness run its course, especially if it's like the chicken pox, which I wouldn't be surprised if it had that type of thing where you get it once and that's it. Oh, here we go.
Hello, everyone. Chris Martinson of Peak Prosperity here with another coronavirus update for you. It's Sunday, January 26, 2020, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, did
A
we
lot
already?
of data came in overnight, so let's get right to it. I'm going to start with...
Sorry about that. We already got this one. Okay. Or did we? Or is that a comment? So we have Chinese nurse whistleblower at risk of being arrested. Shenzhen report, and this is I was very worried about Shenzhen. I was talking about this earlier. Yes, Mike, I concur. From here in Shenzhen, it is now mandatory to wear masks. So this is somebody on the ground in China in Shenzhen. And I was worried about Shenzhen, any port city. I'm pretty sure Shenzhen, the port city, correct? Or am I thinking of another one that sounds similar? Let's see. It is still very quiet here as everyone leaves the city during the LNY. Oh, the Lunar New Year. It is a very nice time to be here, but also to be prepping, which I encourage all of you to be doing. Prepping food, water, a way to purify the water, a way to protect what you have. Um, it wouldn't hurt even to take, if you have some money in the bank, you know, um, paper money in a bank isn't going to do you nothing. I have some silver, not much, but I have some. That was an investment I made a long time ago. It's really not much at all, but it's some. And that's something that I can actually have. The only problem is I have a big 5-ounce thing. I wish it's better to get the smaller amounts, because otherwise, what am I going to do? Melt it down and break it into pieces. I basically just have this one big purchase I can make, unless, I don't know, I could think of some clever way to work it out. The best way to do it is to get it in, like, if you're getting coins for like 1-ounce coins. Don't do the mistake I did and get 2 5-ounce coins. Things like that. Like a lot of people are talking about cryptocurrency right now. And I understand what they're saying, because usually when things are happening like they've been happening lately, cryptocurrency does go up. And I do watch cryptocurrency. I am not, promoted or, make money for any cryptocurrency companies, but it's something that I follow. Especially Chainlink. I've always talked about that, and I just think it's the best one. It's the closely linked. It's through Ethereum, but it's the most closely linked to the blockchain, which is really the bread and butter. And it went up 5% just today. Now, we'll see. I think it'll continue to go up, but we'll see. I mean, the time to get it was over the weekend, really. So I think it'll continue to go up on the weekdays. But then what do you do? If something really goes down and all of a sudden the economy is all affected and you're not able to get that money. What do you do? You want things that are of value in your hand. You also want things you can trade. Even if you don't smoke, a carton of cigarettes, things you can barter with and trade with. Trust me, people will be dying for cigarettes. Things like that. Definitely something to protect it. Like I said, a water purifier. And most importantly, you want the N95 mask. All right. It's not that much money. If nothing happens, whatever. You have it for if you ever decide to paint or anything like that. Maybe you want to wait and see if this gets better before it gets worse. I'm worried about them selling out. So I actually already ordered mine, but I only ordered it just tonight. I was able to order it, the N95, but you want to make sure what I was told and I read on many different sites was you want to get the one with the is it the ventilator or the exhalator or something like that. So you want to make sure you get that, as well as goggles. But there's a particular kind of goggles, and once I get to that area, I'll bring that up. All right, so let's continue with this. My cargo airline is flying supplies into Wuhan, 3 flights per day on 767s. Wait. Hold on. Let's read this again. I would say about 10% of the people have N95 masks. That's what I was just talking about. So it's mandatory to wear masks, and he's saying about 10% of the people have the N95 masks. And by the way, I'm not selling N95 masks. All right, like I don't roll like that. I don't scare people just to sell them things. Sorry, I'm not that guy. I'm not even telling you where to buy them. It's pretty simple. N95 Max with the ventilator or whatever. I think the ventilator or exhale-alator, one or the other. Try that as well. The exhale-alator. So that's what you want to buy. And then there's certain types of goggles. I'm not telling you where to buy them. Buy them anywhere you want. I just want to be clear. I'm just trying to help. Very quiet here. Everyone leaves. Okay, yeah, we heard that. And also, most big stores and markets are open. I went to Walmart yesterday. Well, this guy just seems like he's like chill at ground zero. Yesterday morning, N95 plus glasses. You know what? I would listen to this right now. Plus glasses, which is what I was saying, some type of eye protection. So he's also getting the glasses. And you know what? I don't think you have to go full blown with the goggles. I think just the glasses that really cover the side of your face as well, cover the most area as possible would be fine. And alcohol wipes, which is a very good point, because what I've been saying this whole time is that it ends up on surfaces. Yes, it means that somebody infected was in that place at one time, but eventually whatever is airborne ends up on the surfaces of that whole area. And you know what? I'm looking at the time. Unfortunately, because they screwed up my whole stream, I know I said one-stop shopping, but it looks like we're gonna have to do a two-parter, folks. I'm gonna have to do a part two. Only because I have to get up those 40 tabs. We only went through about 5 of those 40 tabs. And I don't see how. I'm covering this pretty thoroughly. I don't see how this is gonna work. I mean, I'm not stopping right now or anything. I'm just saying. I just don't know how. But I'm gonna continue. I just don't know how I'm gonna be able to do it all. There's just no way. Man, if they just never, as long if I just had the tabs up, at least I could just blow through the ones that all you really need is like the headline, maybe a couple things from it. But man, I can't believe they did that to this video. Disposable gloves, good idea, Kenneth B. That's a good one. Any other ideas, people? Plenty of bleach and alcohol. I trust respirators, not particulate masks. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, not just to the vent, Drew. That's true. Um oh, good point, amazing baby. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that Heaven's Calling. That's exactly what I was thinking. Tomorrow I'm gonna have this backed up. I'm not gonna put myself in a position where they can just shut down everything and then I can't open it back up. You know how normally it says like, restore tabs? Like let's say if the computer died. That's what I thought happened. And then I looked and really all that happened was when it like restarted on its own. And I look and I'm like, wait, I have full battery. So what's going on here? So yeah, very confusing. But they screw with it. Unless in the past it has happened with certain channels. But usually it's because I'm talking about them. And I don't know if it's them doing it or because they let YouTube know if I mention them, all of a sudden, my stream gets cut, which has happened. You guys have seen it. Take water from your neighbor. Well, you're talking about the gun to take water? I wouldn't go that far. But I'm saying, in a very desperate time, um, you know, you need it for defense. And you know what? It could be used for offense as well. Um, it depends how ruthless you're willing to be. As a Christian, water, I wouldn't go that far. I would make them share with me, maybe, and then give it back. Um, Not exactly the greatest thing to do, but I don't think it's the worst thing to do either. It's a good point, Joe. At what point do we lose our humanity? At what point? I mean, we're supposed to survive the whole beat the beast system and not being able to buy or sell and basically watch our children starve to death if we're not to take the mark of the beast. So, at what point, do we lose ourselves as civilized human beings and Christians in a situation like this? Now, guys, let's keep in mind that we're just talking about worst case scenario. We are not. I'm not saying in any way that any of this is going to be needed. You know, yeah, make them share, but give it back after, especially if it's water and things like that. Something they would need to live. That's what I would do, to be honest. And if you have no gun, you have no say. That's true as well. I can see both sides. It's just personally, I would be somewhere in the middle. Well, not in the middle. I'd be more on the, I wouldn't be like exactly stealing, but I would probably be like, you know what? Hey, listen, I'm gonna give it back, but you're gonna give me some of that water, and me and my family some of that water, and we drink the water, and get our fill and give it back. Sharing is caring, right, Auntie? And that's the thing, I do wonder about stuff like that. At what point do we lose our humanity? Um, because I worry about that, because it's like, hey, I know that if the Bible is to be taken literally, and I take it literally, there is going to come a time where we all have a choice, and it's going to be a great deception, and the choice is going to be a choice that doesn't seem like the smart choice, yet it's going to be the choice that separates, the wheat from the tare, and that's what's going to be what defines us. And I think that basically, believe it or not, you don't have to worry so much about making that choice as much as you do how you live your life day in and day out. Because I think that how you live your life day in, day out determines you have already determined what your choice will be when that time comes. You know what I'm saying? No matter how bad it gets, or no matter how strong the deception, and it's supposed to be quite strong. We're talking, even amongst Christians, over 90% falling for it. It's a very narrow path of those who do not take the mark, and it makes you think. I mean, what could it possibly be? It's something that has to sound really good, or it has to be an extremely dire situation. And I don't think the situation, of course, the choice is made at that moment, but honestly, in a sense, the choice is made well before that. You can't just hope to make the right decision in that moment. Um, you know, you judge a tree by the fruit it bears. You judge a man by the fruit they bear. And if they bear bad fruit, then they're gonna continue bearing bad fruit until something changes. If they bear good fruit, when that time comes when they have to make that decision, they're gonna make the decision that's the right one. Um, Even if it's the unpopular decision, and doesn't look like the right decision to others, it'll be the right one. That's my little spiel. Drew, that's true. Factions would be formed. See, I'm talking Christians, but if we're talking about, like, seriously, you know, Walking Dead, like law, like no law, just we've reverted back like 500 years. Um, Yet we still have a little bit of the technology of today, especially, like the 70s and 60s type of technology. Because anything really new, that will be no good, especially with the EMP, unless you buy the EMP shield, of course. Then, you and your family get to be the first casualties, when you're the only people with lights on. I think I just woke up the baby. What did Tony say? Yes, I hope not either. Okay, so let's continue. I thought we'd just take a little bit of a break, give our brains a second. Um, Although it started to get pretty dark. No more breaks. Gets pretty dark. All right. Let's see what's next. Oh no. All right, so this is China virus. Chilling videos from Wuhan show coronavirus infected men, women collapsing in street. Stuff like this is tough to watch, but I think it's important at the same time. So where is it? See, yeah, some of these videos are older. They could have been taken down. Where is it? What the hell's going on? Excuse my language. What's going on here? All right, really? Ridiculous. Oh, there's the phases. Seattle restaurant fails for family's life and Wuhan coronavirus outbreak in China. All right, you know what? Let's take a break from this little one. I'm gonna put in why is it on Google? It's supposed to be on DuckDuckGo. Look at it, QAnon and anti. Ugh. And that is true. Bill Gates did warn in 2018 that new disease could kill 30 million. All right. And stat. And you know what that tells me? This is a website for doctors by doctors. I need this stat. It looks like they have things like exclusive biopharma, health policy, life science analysis, DNA sleuths read the coronavirus genome, tracing its origin, looking for dangerous mutations. I might check that out too. So this is something like, um, this is like the type of website that doctors go on to. All right. Containing new coronavirus may not, and I'm talking low because my daughter woke up. You guys can hear me, right? I know, I'm surprised. I didn't get any. This thing probably well over 1,000 views. I don't know how many, but not one. Not one. Let me check. Yeah, not one donation. I don't know. Maybe by pot two. It's all right. All right, so let's check this out. Containing new coronavirus may not be feasible, experts say, as they warn of possible sustained global spread. And I hope you guys can hear me. I'm just trying to keep it down, my daughter. Some infectious disease experts are warning that it may no longer be feasible to contain the new coronavirus circulating in China. Failure to stop it there could see the virus spread in a sustained way around the world and even perhaps join the ranks of respiratory viruses that regularly infect people. Wow. The more we learn about it, the greater the possibility is that transmission will not be able to be controlled with public health measures, said Dr. Alison McGreer, a Toronto based infectious disease specialist who contracted SARS in 2003 and who helped Saudi Arabia control several hospital-based outbreaks of MERS, if you guys remember that. And this this coronavirus is way different than both, but from what I understand, its composition at the very least seems to be a little bit closer to MERS than SARS. But that's just one piece of the puzzle. If that's the case, she said, we're living with a new human virus. Wow. Like I said, this is like a website like for doctors by doctors. Wow. This is the first I haven't heard this take. It's like the flu. People get flu shots. Influenza. Imagine that never existed and all of a sudden it just started existing. It would be a huge bad thing. But the whole thing is, before it just exists, it would wipe out a bunch of people first. And you know. So we're living with a new human virus, and we're going to find out if it will spread around the globe. Now, when was this written? Oh, it was written today. So she knows it is spreading around the world when she's saying this, unless the interview was before this was written. McGrath cautioned that because the true severity of the outbreak isn't yet known, due to shitty Chinese people more worried about their image and money than people, it's impossible to predict what the impact of that spread would be, though she noted it would likely pose significant challenges to healthcare facilities. The pessimistic assessment comes from both researchers studying the dynamics of the outbreak, the rate at which cases are rising and emerging from China, and infectious disease experts who are parsing the first published studies describing cases to see if public health tools such as isolation and quarantine could as effective in this outbreak as they were in the 2003 SARS epidemic. And the answer is no. And by now we all know the answer why. Because in the SARS epidemic, you knew the second you looked at and tested somebody. I mean, you could look at them and tell. But especially with an easy test, the type of test that they lead on like they have today, people just assume that, oh, they just know who's sick and they just don't let them on planes. But that is not the case, as we know. It is asymptomatic for a very long time. Yet, while you're asymptomatic, you are just as contagious and infectious. And it's airborne. And you don't have to be there. You just leave your airborne disease everywhere you go. Anywhere from 7 to 28 days, with the latter being in colder climates. And, it'll stay longer, up to the 28 days or month in the warmer climates, as we've gone over. And the warnings come as the United States reported over the weekend finding 3 more cases, the country's 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And as I reported, a 6th will be coming soon. They heavily suspect it. It's just a matter of getting a positive test back. 2 were diagnosed in California. 1 is a traveler from Wuhan. That's not good, where the outbreak is believed to have started. 1 was diagnosed in Orange County. The other is someone who visited Wuhan, who was diagnosed in LA County. The 5th case was diagnosed in Arizona and is a student at Arizona State University. The person had also traveled to Wuhan So do you see how many people from Wuhan are already coming? And these people are the one who were coming like, a while ago. The ones coming now, it's just not so much coming now, but coming like 3, 2, and a day ago. I think they're getting a little bit more strict, but I think so many people had traveled already by now. It's just the cat's out of the bag. So, to those of you like the one person who's questioning everything, no pun intended, you know, the proof is here, buddy. I mean, it's not about sources, it's fact. But I also have confidential sources as well. Basically, sitting there, and what they do is everything I've been running by them, they just further embolden and confirm my suspicions. And I'm not one of those people who says, "Oh, my sources and this and that." My sources have proven to be, legit over and over and over and over again. But there's still, even to my source, there's still a lot up in the air. It's like a wait and see. But right now, it's leaning towards wait and see the destruction. And just how well can we in the United States contain it since China failed? But that's going to be a global effort. Confirmed infections within China climbed to nearly 2,750 reported, and the death toll rose to 80 again reported. As we heard the man say earlier, those numbers do not make sense. I'll pull up some of those pictures and videos in the hospitals where it is wall to wall, people sick, dying, dead, all over the floors, hallways. And these places have, as you said, 49,000 beds per hospital. They could easily handle 2,750 with only 200 of them, like critically, like potentially going to die ill, which everybody looked like they were in that situation in these videos we saw. China's health minister, who I don't trust as far as I can throw, Ma Zawai, warned Sunday that the virus seems to be becoming more transmissible, and the country, which has taken unprecedentedly draconian steps to control the virus, was entering a crucial stage. So it sounds like they're already posturing for the truth to get out, because just like Hong Kong, and them, fighting for their independence and their rights, um, the truth gets out, and optics is everything. And one thing people hate is when governments just straight up lie, especially when it involves many, many lives. So I think they're starting to realize that, and they're going to be a lot more forthcoming. It's getting harder and harder to, you know, downplay this when the capital, Beijing, no roads are allowed. You can't drive in or out of the capital. I mean, that's really saying something. Imagine New York City. It's not the capital, but the biggest city, right? Imagine nobody could drive in or out. And that's totally possible, being an island, as far as, well, from Manhattan, the borough of Manhattan, and, Harlem as well. China's actions, which include shutting off flights and trains from some affected cities. Wow. So, no flights and trains from some affected cities, and effectively putting tens of million people into quarantine. I repeat, China's actions, which include shutting off flights and trains from some affected cities and effectively putting tens of millions of people into quarantine, may not be enough to stop the virus. Yeah, they're getting ready for the worst. They know they can't hide this ugly truth anymore. Despite the enormous and admirable efforts in China and around the world, we need to plan for the possibility containment of this epidemic isn't possible, said Neil Ferguson, an infectious disease epidemiology at Imperial College London, who has issued a series of modeling studies on the outbreak. There may be as many as 100,000 cases already in China, Ferguson told the Guardian newspaper on Sunday, adding that the model suggests the number could be between 30,000 and 200,000 cases. I think it's, you know, closer to that second number or higher. Almost certainly, many tens of thousands of people are infected, he told the British newspaper. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation announced Sunday it is donating 10 million to the response to the virus. Half the money will be given to Chinese groups to help them in containment efforts. The other half will be given to the African Center for Disease Control to fund its efforts to help African countries prepare to have to cope with the new infection. Also on Sunday, World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus tweeted that he is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese authorities to offer support and to learn more about the outbreak. The WHO so far has not declared the outbreak a global health emergency, which makes no sense. And at this point, I agree with the gentleman. It doesn't matter at this point. Whatever's done and the people that escaped, that seem fine but are not, it already happened. Too late. That ship sailed. The WHO declined to label the outbreak a global health emergency of international concern on the advice of a panel of experts, air quote, who met Wednesday and Thursday. Where are they Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Because that's when it really started getting crazy. Though those experts were split on whether a FELIC should be declared. What's a FELIC? This outbreak is caused by a virus currently known as 2019 nCoV that belongs to the same family as the viruses that caused the SARS outbreak, which caused sporadic flare-ups of cases of MERS in the Arabian Peninsula. The SARS virus caused an explosive outbreak in the late 2002 and early 2003, infecting more than 8,000 people around the globe and killing nearly 800 before it was contained. MERS has never caused a sustained global outbreak, though a number of large hospital-based outbreaks, including one in South Korea, sparked by a businessman who contracted the virus in the Middle East have been recorded. One of the luckiest breaks the world got with the SARS outbreak was the fact that the virus did not transmit before people developed symptoms. I've said that a few times now, but I'm happy they put that in here because that is one of the greatest things about SARS. Whereas this one, I'm sure it's going to say it right here, with some diseases like influenza and measles, people who are infected but who are not feeling sick, people